Oh, God. I hate that having shades. Welcome to the stream, guys. I need to fix my bed. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's good enough. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are having a good day. Today, I slept at 7 a.m. in the morning. Dude, I am not sleeping well recently, man. The pillowcase? Oh, for like one of my pillows, I don't have a pillowcase. But most of my pillows have pillowcases. But yeah, anyways. Today, the new OTV Halloween video comes out. Sometime in the evening. Magical time. I don't really know if I'm allowed to say. Yeah, you slept at 7 a.m. Yep. Dude, I don't know. Okay. I sleep hot, like really hot. And I am telling you, I need my room to be colder. But like, because Abe is here, I can't turn the AC down too cold. So like, I need to. I think I'm just gonna need to do it. Like I usually like when I sleep, it's like the Arctic. Like the penguins would migrate into my room if they could, because it is just like I like it that cold. Like I want to be able to like bundle up in layers and then like pass out. But yeah, like the AC is set above like or like at 70 or like even like it's not good, man. The TFT regional is so sad. Soju ending. Soju needed third, and he went eighth. Oh, that sucks. All right, guys, I need your help. Okay, I need your help. So we have recently acquired some alcohol for a Halloween party that we may be throwing. Okay, and I have to like okay, I don't know how much alcohol to buy. I never have any fucking idea. Okay, so someone did the math and they were like, okay, assuming all of this alcohol gets drunk, or drank, it averages out to be 7 shots per person. And I thought to myself, I was like, is that is that enough, or is that like we need to get more? Have to leave again. Oh, have fun. More? I get more for sure. It's always better to have more. Okay. Fuck. Okay. I I feel like yeah, I feel like let me go. Let me go tell the thing. Am I? Is ready to have more? Yeah. How long is the party expected to go? Um. All right. All right. All right. I'm being told that it's enough, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, sorry. I'm trying to figure it out. But yeah, I don't know. We're chilling. I started the stream with whatchamacallit. I should want to start the stream with my dude. It's so hot. I'm turning on the AC. I'll be right back. I can't do this anymore. I can't live in squalor. Oh my god. It got set to 71 degrees. Okay, what are we doing? Living in the fucking desert, man? My heat is set to 71, and your heat, oh my god. When's the LTV video coming out? Like couple day hours. I was watching Sayu stream. She was playing the vibe. You guys doing the Eden raids. I forgot how funny you guys were. What do you mean you forgot how funny I was? Look at me. I'm funny every day. I think. Dude. My AC's at 65. Yeah, I like that. It's only 2 hours since the 28th ends. Bro, we live in the West Coast, okay? Live in a better time zone. My AC only goes to 62. I think 62 is pretty cold though. Like I definitely go to hotel rooms, and when I go to Vegas, the lowest they'll ever let you set your hotel room temperature is 60 for most hotels. And so like I walk into my room, it's down to 60. Like, and it stays there probably the whole weekend. Unless it's like, but sometimes it feels a little too cold, you know? But yeah, I like sleeping cold. Like I'd rather put on layers and sleep than, I don't know, like sleep hot. Sleeping hot is like my worst nightmare. If I had to be tortured in the most unreasonable way to divulge the most amount of information about myself, it'd probably be like keeping me up and forcing me to try to sleep in like a mattress that is too soft in a temperature that is too high. I can't do soft mattresses. I can't do high temperatures. Have I been watching Worlds? Oh yeah, that's why I've been awake till 4 a.m. every day. Dude, can you believe it? This is the first year where I feel like we should remove LEC's bid as a major region. I think it's been long enough. You know, I've heard all the arguments for it, but I think we should just remove it. I just mind broken watching DK last night. Oh, EU. Actually, it's been impressive. I heard it's the first time in like what 7 years they haven't made it to Worlds. I think NA didn't make it 3 years ago. They had no one in quarters. I mean, and so this is like the first time where like collectively EU just didn't do that hot.  'Cause, 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 'cause Do you see Mark C's tweets? Yeah, I saw some of them. All it took was to change the format. Nah, I think the teams just weren't that good this year for EU, or like they were better than some of them were better than I expected, but I don't know, man. It's weird because like I feel like the side roles keep getting gapped really hard. Like I'll watch top lane or I'll watch AD and I'll be like, man, it's really hard to compete with those roles. Like if you're a worse top laner and you're against some of these top laners from the east, like they are fucking good. Oh man, I'm seeing the fucking gap, you know, like giga gap. Yeah, that's true. Actually, if NA wins League this year, will have collected the Infinity Stones. Everything but Legends of Runeterra. I don't know who won Legends. Okay, is there a World Championship? World Championship Legends of Runeterra. Oh, there is a Worlds this year. It's in December 14th. Okay, so it's not yet decided. I mean, my friends are discussing who's the most handsome league streamer. We all agree it's Scarra. Well, thank you. Milk didn't make it. Wait, that's sad. Was it close? Wait, who made it to qualify for regionals? Let me go look for competitive TFT. The final results were Weijin, Connors me, Tyler DS. Wow, Weijin fucking owned. Holy shit. Darth Noob, Soju, Replay Play, Milk, all about the same score. Damn. He eighth last game. I mean, sometimes it happens, you know. Like I never like if they're competing in the last lobby, they're all gonna be good. It's really hard given the format of TFT to if you're in a lot of lobbies to be bad. I think definitely Milk has been the most consistent this set, right? 5 final top 8 lobbies is kind of a stat that like no one else has, I think. But like this is just a terrible patch to play. I can't imagine people trying to play competitive TFT on this patch. Also, is Worlds on this patch? Is Worlds on the multicasters patch? No, holy shit, bro. Worlds like the current patch is actually pretty decent. I think if they nerf, I don't know, man. Definitely, it's like the tall verticals are still really OP, but like it's definitely a much better patch. We 8 to Earth? I don't think so. Crusoe gets play declaw and carry the counter on a carry? Oh, I don't think that will ever work. You need so much damage to go through the front line of multis before they kill your front line. Like declaw is actually a pretty underwhelming item, right? Because they made it so it's no longer you reduce a percentage amount of MR. It's just a flat MR, and you regenerate percentage health. So it's only good on units that scale health and MR. Most of the times, like the other item is going to give you much more value, or a lot of times. Seen the game Half Sword. Physics based medieval combat simulator. I have not. There's a demo though. Interesting. Time does the new video come out? A couple hours from now. Is all I can say about it. Like I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to say when the video comes out. I mean, I feel like it's not a big deal. I feel like it should, yeah, it shouldn't be a big deal. Let me get a double check. It's not a big deal if I say when the video comes out, right? Did a yearly King of the Castle stream? Yearly, no one. Yearly King of the Castle stream? Heck no. Heck no. Heck no. Do you think leagues, the Legends mechanic will stay in set 10? I mean, they already said they're removing it. So the answer is no. I don't know. I feel like I feel like when it comes to games, like I don't like replaying games that much. Unless I really enjoy, like I like playing a game once, be like, all right, I had a good time. What are the spooky games for Halloween? Oh fuck, man. Is there a spooky game I want to think that has been? You know, I've never played FNAF. I was thinking about dressing up as Freddy Fazbear for Halloween. Scarra, hello. There are only two games I like this year. I mean, Hogwarts Legacy, Lightspeed. I mean, Lightspeed is really good. Don't Scream or Little Nightmare 3. I think I played Little Nightmares 1. I don't think I ever played 2. I heard the FNAF movie came out, and Lauren, who is our resident Zoomer, watched it, and I don't know if she liked it. I think she liked it. What if we continue? I already uninstalled that shit. Not interested. Zero interest. Did they ever do more of that one horror game with the toys? What was it called? Because I Poppy's Playtime. Yes. So I played on stream the first one, and I played the second one. Oh, the third one's not out. Okay. That's in the game. The finals. It's been showing up a lot on my Twitch streams and my For You, my recommended, and it looks fun for a little bit. Definitely think you need to run with the crew. You need to know your feelings on Energy Weibo. Isn't that the best bit? The best team both teams want. I think it's gonna be a fun watch. I I think any team. I mean, any team with the shy is gonna be fun to watch. World of Horror just got out of early access. World of Horror. Hold on, let me mute this. It's a 1-bit love letter to Junji Ito and HP Lovecraft. Wow. Probably not. It's a roguelike. Oh, wow. Wow, that's crazy. When is Palma? I think that's next year, early next year. Turn-based esoteric roguelike. That's just a lot of words. Look, I think it's a possibility that NRG can make it to semifinals. And I want to live in that world. If they make it to semis, bro. Okay, first of all, EU sucks for the next year. Okay, for sure. I will not like for sure. I'm at least happy we have that. Bro, I'm not overdosing. I promise you, Weibo can lose. Did you finish Baldur's Gate 3? Nope. I did not see the TFT regionals, but I don't really want to, you know? I feel like the TFT regionals, like, I don't know, man. This was the most underwhelming TFT regionals. It's just for millennials. I think this is the craziest stat is that Palafox is the one of the only, like, I think he's the officially the 10th native mid laner to play at Worlds. The 10th. And I think that is a really bad stat when there's been like 10 Worlds already. And NA sends 4 teams to Worlds every year, or 3 teams to Worlds. That's true. Is it? No, it is true. Oh, is he actually? I think he's the 11th. I mean, even if he's the 12th, that's pretty bad. You want to say we need you back? Oh no. Whatever you think, however bad you think people are getting gapped at Worlds, I'm gonna get giga gapped. I was the 8th, and then after me, there was holy shit. How many mid laners were there after me? Oh, I was the 9th actually. So, well, I was the 8th, and then there was one more after. There have been 9 before 2 years ago. I feel I can't find it. The state of mini world. Oh, this is it. Okay. Hold on. Let me go change this thing real quick. NA is guaranteed 2 NA mid laners as usual championships. Oh, after yesterday's match, would end up in the favorite TL. Ever since NA has only had 1 or 0 native mid laners at Worlds. The time of NA teams and mid laners since 2013. Okay, I was the year before this. So it was is High, Pobelter, Demonte, Jojo Pyong, and then Palafox APA. Wait, actually, yeah, I got the lead from history. What the fuck? What about me? That 2012 matters. Okay, 2012 matters. But yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, so there's been 10. Wait. In my year, who were the three? No, there was more. Because how many people went to Worlds in 2012? Why did he just leave out 2012? I don't get it. That's a world championship too. Why did he just arbitrarily stop it at 20? I don't get. Hello? Like I exist, bro. My account's suspended. Oh, it's been suspended for fucking a decade. That's why I don't post. I haven't posted on Reddit in like 8 years, 6 years, because it's been suspended because it's based on my college email or some shit like that. Okay, so these are the rosters, okay, and then CLG, Dignitas. So there was 2 teams that went. Big Fat LP and me. That's me. So then, okay, add on to all of these. That would make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 11. Before this year, there were 9. After this year, there were 11. That is crazy. But 2011, that doesn't count. That one wasn't Freak Spaceman. Or was 2011 or was that Fnatic? I mean, okay, you know what? Saucy's my boy, so that one does count. There's been 12 total native mid laners since 2011. I can't play much less. Oh no, I only did that on the first time. I think so. All right, fuck this. I'll play a couple TFT games before the video comes out. Guys, it's coming out around 8 or 9. What I do today? Oh, I'm just gaming and then watching some videos. I fucking opened the Elite TR client. Fuck off, man. Why is Saucy turned into a streamer? I mean, that's a weird question. I think the pipeline of pro turn into a streamer is not one that everyone needs to follow. I actually hate that pipeline sometimes. I think it's natural, but like the idea that everyone needs to do the same thing is one of the things that like really, I don't know, annoys me. I think Eliza P stream. I don't know. I'm not really feeling it. If I don't feel something, I just don't play it. Watch this get you hyped for. Oh yeah, let's go with it. I'm good. Yeah. That's also was entertaining. I mean, there's a lot of people who are entertaining that don't have to stream, you know? Mm. That's a card. This is a Moo coming back in set 10. Okay, I don't mean that this is not. I don't want to answer this. I feel like it's stupid to say the statement I don't care, but I will say I don't care what champions come back. I have no affinity on caring about which champions come back. Like I don't care in terms of in that specific situation. I care more that the units are fun or that are interesting or exciting. Because you can bring back old characters but not have fun kits. Oh yeah, they should add ISO to TFT just for fun. And he can domain expand as his fucking ulti Shaki TV woke back for 10 months. I saw what you said about us in channel stream. I can't let that aside. For that reason, I want my channel points back. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never slandered you guys ever. Hikari dance is funny. Dude, I heard that just Kaisen's fucking owning. I am not even watching the anime, but it's coming up on my For You a lot. I saw the spoiler of the recent episode. I'm like, holy fuck. It's that. They're already at that part. It's lit, but Mappa is awful. Yeah, I heard their animators don't sleep. If I know you pronounce my name differently every time, it's not on purpose. I'm sorry. Look at Nagatoro season 3 will be dubbed. I'll be honest, is Nagatoro is just such a weird anime, man. Manga, it just feels weird. Like I look at it, I'm like, damn, I don't know, man. Fuck.
No getting through me.
One of the directors of JK has probably never worked for them again. He talked about how shit was to work for it. Really? I saw a comment where we're talking about the Nami is 33 that made me realize that adult characters in the anime are our age now. Well, some of them are. Some of them are not. You ride the Freyren train? Oh, I am. I'm rereading Freyren right now.
You cannot hide.
Is this frontline or backline?
I got no time for games.
I'm not gonna lie, I have heard rumors that Zahn is OP right now. And this unit in particular is like giga OP.
This is very exciting.
Where's this on? I don't know, man. Pretty sure Echo is like kind of a really fucking good.
So strange. They scream.
Something to live.
Dude, I can't even play Kench on this opener, man. Noxus Crest.
I got no time for games.
Okay, I know this is really weird because I don't have I don't really have the stuff, but it's Bandle and I found Noxus early. Like I think with Bandle, if you can get a spat here, you always take it, right? I also think with Bandle, it's kind of worth losing. Wait, this is perfect. Wait, this is actually perfect. Wait, if that's perfect, then I can do shit. How do I do this? Do this, right? QSS Slam, yeah. One of the only comps for QSS Slam is not bad because Mordekaiser is pretty awesome with it. Really? Oh no, that sucks. Marksing better? Yeah, I mean, it pretty much was, but it's okay. Yeah, I went Zon spats. This guy went tilt over spats. This guy went, oh my god, everyone's gonna have the most juiced things ever. Challenger. Looks like everyone kind of stayed in their own lane. I mean, I don't think the server gives you any value early, but it's okay. Like, I just ate it because why the fuck not kind of deal. Spark was probably better. I don't know if I should go. Oh, I don't know what to go here. Well, I'm definitely getting it. No doubt. But you get, if they can get that unit. What the fuck? I guess I take this for Noxus Spat or Nashers. Well, they're both really good, but okay. Guys, I don't have any fucking 1-star Noxus units, man. Do I even level? Like, I feel like there's no point to level. I think leveling here is just a waste. I will just lose. Oh my god. Play against this guy. I forgot there was a loose streaker. He is down. Oh yeah, you can do that. Actually, pretty funny.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Imagine I got Demon Flare. Holy fuck. Where's the videos coming out, bro? Chill. It's really weird though, but because I've been staying up for Worlds so long, my sleep schedule, like everything's fucked, man. I don't know if it's the same with you guys, but like I don't know, man. My schedule is not real, man. Yeah, like I've been waking up at like 2 p.m. minimum every day. 3 streakers. What the heck? Honestly, if I see the Mordekaiser here, I will never complain again. It's just because I kind of want to lose a little bit harder, but I can't lose that hard because like the people who are down here are like losing like crazy. I can never get there.
Witness the strength of
Oh
Noxus.
boy.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Okay. I have this. I have this. What the fuck do I do? I mean, it's just like, I guess I just gunblade one of the units and call it a day. It's not my favorite item, but it is an item. Noxus Azir items, I mean, it'd be the same thing. It'd be gunblade. The thing about Azir is Azir and Mordekaiser have very like they both have BIS in the same item. Gunblade more works. Yeah, it's not very good, but it works. It's okay. It's aight. Oh no, this is awful. Oh shit, can I reforge something and be happy? I feel like I'm pretty happy with red buff though.
The world may fall,
Oh,
but Noxus will remain.
wait a second.
They've never imagined.
Shit, what? Can I even play 7 Shurima? 7 Shurima or 4 Shurima. I need to... 7 Noxus, 4 Shurima. Okay. Fuck.
Piltover's finest.
Ooh. I have the Noxus Azir Mord. Okay. Or Noxus Azir plus whatever, and then Shurima. A Shurima Mordekaiser, or do I Shurima? I feel like it's just a Shurima. I feels like it's just a Shurima swing game, because Shurima skills have a health, and it's been spending the whole game giving health to that. Right? The attack speed is nice, but it's probably just a defensive Shurima as opposed to an offensive one. And if I get this, oh my god. Holy moly. Refund. No, man. Like I'm supposed to take this, I guess. Fucking Azir with bow, man. What the fuck? think I like it. Oh, that's an interesting item. Okay, hold up. Shiv is worth an insane amount here. Nash is worth an insane amount. I think I have to slam this. This guy has so many. This guy re-rolled Swain. That's the Oriana reroll, which I've been told is very whatever. This guy has 2 Ionic crests. I was just gonna roll at 7 to hit my board, but like honestly, I'm probably gonna just do it in PvE round or at 4-1 because I don't want to do it here. Oh, I got like 50 O's here. Honestly, 47 is not even that bad. It's kind of bad. I started at 90 this round and I lost 40 HP. I mean, I haven't hit an upgrade on board, but it's okay.
Love for Noxus.
Damn. Remember, this is a swing 1, so like it just looks really big. I think it'll be good.
Night, night.
I will tear the world asunder. Noxus will rise. All according to plan.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Noxus will rise.
No Mord, no Azir.
Pick up the scent.
Oh, that is not good. In fact, I would say that is very bad. Zero bows, terrible items. It's fine. Whatever.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Defy lust and taste your own blood. Shurima is not of this time.
Okay. I need Mordekaiser. Was Dizzy? Not even. I didn't hit any more cost of it.
The world may fall.
Fortunately,
but Noxus will remain.
That's my entire game. I can't believe this is already forward. I don't need to. That's the only thing I bought that I did not need. Dude, these items suck ass, man. I think I was thinking about Spark here. It's really not that bad. Okay, but what? Okay, but does this change anything? I don't even know if this changes anything, man. Like, didn't I just shiv here? I just shiv JG, hold Negatron? That does not seem very good, man. Probably this. I need to JG someone, but it's like I level the next level to put in Jarvan, but Hodge might have been Rage with Hodge. It's better. I'm actually just gonna sit. Pretty sure I just have to sit here. Dude, I'm thinking about QSSing this year. I'm not even kidding. Like, it allows me to eat this, and I can save large rod from Mordekaiser. And then the position, because the position, I'm gonna get fucking Jarvan for sure this game. Like, because I have to position around this item. I mean, I can't really roll. I mean, that's the first place player.
Every soul shall serve.
You know the biggest problem right now? The absolutely biggest problem. I can't get Slayer in easily from this position. By level, I lose Jarvan. Oh, this guy decided to do almost the same thing, but he has LDP and he has a 0-2, which is like, it's not the same thing. This guy's so much stronger than me. I think? Maybe not. Maybe 7 Nox is actually broken. Pretty sure 7 Nox is broken, but like I stabilized too late. So I might be dead just because I hit the high roller.
Noxian always rises to the top.
Not hero? I mean, there's no point to roll here. Because you can only hit Mordekaisers now? That's really bad. It's not gonna do anything for you. You're pretty much 1 life anyways, and you're not gonna die from 11. If you only lost this guy by 4, you're not dying. With this board, you're not dying. Just hit the 0 here though, which is really good.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Not the greatest, but it's okay.
Finality approaches.
I should roll more further here. My bad. All right. Damn, I kind of do need to roll for this year though. Now,
Blood for Nox.
I could go. There's not much for me to roll for,
The void
but it's like
this place.
I have a low chance of hitting. Oh,
Shurima is never lost.
all right. It's actually great, dude. Do I? Dude, I don't. Do I add Slayer in next? Oh, I think I just add Slayer. I think I just hold on to this and then hopefully hit a Scion and add Slayer Bruiser next. Fuck Jarvan. I'm like super giga strong. I mean, there's no way I can pull out this, right? Because even if I hit, let's say I hit a Noxus back here. This would have to be a like 0.0001% fawn carousel for me to hold on. I mean, I guess I could have held on to it, man. The way it went around to see if it was fawn carousel. Like I'm in the. I had to take my unit out of the buff because I'm in the stupid rogue players pool. I will fail one map for 30 months. Thanks for your subbing. 8-9 board. I mean, I'm never going 9 for this position, so it doesn't matter, right? I'm dead here. Can't believe I actually lost to this. Positioning was just bad, I think. It's fucked. It's fucked. Positioning around rogues just means I lost to that guy. But somehow I should have just kept the position the same. It's weird when I play Kench. I can only play Kench in like a fifth of my games. But I mean, hopefully it could be happen the next game. He gets silver gold. It's only if you start with gold and only if you start with Redacted. And on Yumi Zoom Zone. I think are the only 3 times I take it. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. The way I play Kench is kind of like insane because I take 3 gold augments and I fast 9 every game, which I think is like that's not. I think I average like a 6th, but it's kind of funny. Which I was gonna use. I'm playing Kench for fun. It's not very good. It's I would say Kench and Draven are probably the worst in the game. Maybe with Vagar. I did not see any of the NA regionals. I was asleep, or I was just like eating and stuff. So might be decent this patch. Why would Kench be better on this patch? What changed? Did they change anything about Kench? I'm pretty sure Kench is awful. Like, Kench is for moments that you can't predict, I guess. Like, you can't predict your opener starting, like, Renekton only one item opener. If I could do that, I'd go Kench over game. But, like, if I can predict Yuumi Zoom Zone, I'd go Kench over game. Like, that's it, you know? I actually think it's okay with Blast as well. Might be the only legend I ever care about Blast.
To the top.
Oh yeah, yeah, Renekton, awesome.
They've never imagined.
Very awesome, very awesome. I guess cause I'm playing for fun now. I'm down to just fucking sack my early board. I hit like a ton of pairs. Very awesome. Spin to win, baby. Okay, this is not a. This is a.
I shall go.
This is a 3-item opener. That's fine. I was hoping it'd be more than that, but I think it's a 3-item opener. If it's even a 2-item opener, this opener becomes like infinitely better. If it's a 1-item opener, it's the best opener in the game. But it's like you can't predict that. I think on average I get 3 1-item openers a set. So it's like I have literally praying on a fucking miracle. Tries around, yep. Bin Renekton. It could be Broken Blade Renekton.
Carnage. Something to nibble on.
Frodan ready to catch over Aesol, Draven, and Vlad Vagar. I mean, I don't know if it's better than Aesol. I mean, honestly, I don't know how much Kench he's played. That's the thing. Like, I feel like I don't know if he's played that much. I don't know if he's played that much Kench, man.
This is very exciting.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Is there a certain position for Renekton? Just put it here in the corner. You always win. You'll never lose. Draven's the worst. I mean, there's situations where Draven's okay. I also think I think maybe it's better than Vlad. I actually think Vlad might be underrated given that no one plays Vlad. I don't think it's that bad. So what am I saying? It's pretty fucking bad. Vlad's pretty fucking terrible. Draven's actually okay. Like, surprisingly not as giga awful as you'd assume. Vlad, Wait, this guy's Draven who took Vlad. Wait, that's my fucking brain exploded there. Yeah, I think Silver Draven's pretty good. Explain to me how this guy has 30 gold. Oh, he has a 1-item opener. So fucking lucky, man. If I had his opener, I guarantee place 2 placements higher this game. Isn't that crazy? He's just silver or gold prismatic. Oh, the stats say it's better. That's my TLDR.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
You know, the one thing I will say is I think I constantly underrate Veigar augments, and Veigar could be better than I expected. I don't think I've ever played Veigar. Just nothing about Veigar screams fun to me. The silver is probably better than I expected. It's one of those augments similar to TF where the gold is bad, but the silver and the prismatic are okay, actually pretty good. Would you be mad if someone sold their board to throw your lose streak or win streak? I mean, that's happened so many times in my game. That's just normal. I think you really want component anvil because you have more gold than other people. Everyone gaining more gold doesn't help you. It evens out the field. You don't want to do rerolls because you're not looking to reroll right now. I mean, the free rerolls do last forever, so. I think I'm fast 8 this game, not fast 9. I'm looking at my board, I'm like, so 50 gold here. Next round, I'm 64. And then the round after, I'm 70. Okay. I'm pretty sure what I'm supposed to do is I'm playing Azir. Pretty sure.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
This next round. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be pretty. Mr. Krabs, welcome back for 14 months, 6 or something. It double trouble. It doesn't warp the board. I wish it did, but it'd be broken. Give me him. He got so lucky, man. Oh, you pre-level? You can honestly buy this and not pre-level. There is a chance that I lose the next round, and I might have to roll once. For me, it's fine. 68. This is us. It's pretty stable. These two units are really fucking strong. If you lose the Krugs, is the loot lost forever? I'm pretty sure the loot's lost forever. What the fuck is this?
We did it! Yeah!
It just told me drag one of your items to equip it. Thank you, man.
I miss the darkness of the void.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I'm waiting one round to see what happens. It's just that I put in 2 augments or 2 traits I don't want things for, but it just made my strongest. If I hit level up here, there is my average placement goes up by 2. That's the only time. Kench literally just plays for level up. Not more gold. It's not this. What am I playing? It's gonna be Azir or not this time.
Shurima is
Holy
where all
fuck.
paths converge.
Okay, it's Azir Soko, I guess. I'm gonna reroll this fucking item, I'm not gonna lie. I hate this item though. Fuck. Oh, I have too low life to reroll it actually. I'm gonna reroll this, so it doesn't even matter what I take, right? There's BS here. Nope, it sucks.
If I don't kill you, Saul will.
It doesn't suck. It's just not that good of an item. You get enough attack speed just off Shurima alone. And you don't really need the other stuff. His BIS is Nashers and then +2. JG is only if you can get multiple strategists in. I don't think it's BIS unless you can get that. If it's only 2 strategists, JG is not as good as you think it is. There are moments where you do want Rageblade though. Like for instance, if you're against a really tanky comp, the value of Rageblade is pretty good. Hello, roll just because you said that I'm not going to do it this stage. Ba-ba-ba.
They will feel pain
Oh, I got
they've never imagined.
That's strong. You voided this? Oh, the Shivazier? I mean, it's his BIS if you don't have anti-MR. Like it's what I'm going for right here. Sounds like I should probably go for AP when I have Rage Blade though, but it's whatever.
Piltover's finest.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Place the other guy. I kind of want to lose by 1 here if possible, but my front line is so bad. I don't know if that's possible. You know, honestly, that's like 3 lives. I'm good.
If I don't kill you, Zod will. The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. Witness the strength of Noxus. Shurima is not this time.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Zod will fight back!
Demacia, now and forever.
Shurima is not of this time. Shurima is never lost.
Holy moly. Not bad. I think I'm done rolling. I don't think I can get Silco 2 for a bit. Maybe I'll Instacast? Yeah, but I don't really want to do that. Unless you need like an actual tank in this comp and not like a bullshit tank. Oh, I can do money here. Oh shit. Actually, this is interesting. My top end comp is dropping this for. It's probably not bad. Strategist. Re-Strategist is probably better than Bastion. I mean, I am very strong. I'm just looking for like Thornmail or Bramble Declaw and stuff. Nasus. I don't think it's ever Force Strategist. Like, what am I keeping up for? I can't keep up for Streamer, right? Because my Streamer units are too valuable. Like, I'd rather just completely drop mages and play this unit. Oh fuck! The value of Morello's here is actually so high. It's all right. Figure something out. The biggest problem is I need a roll for upgrades, but I think I'm stronger than everyone, but maybe this guy. That guy looks a little spooky. A little spooky. Oh, going back in. But I want to hit that spooky guy like now, as opposed to later. The fuck? He one-shot my unit, man. I was so scared he was gonna come to one-shot my Zero, but thank God that did not happen. Yeah, my Zero with this is okay. I would much rather prefer an AP item, but it's okay. I should play for, if I'm playing for serious, I take the health. But I kind of want to see what's in the box, so the box is more interesting. By the end of the Juggernaut spot here, life gets really interesting because I can play 4 strategists, 4 Juggernaut, 4 Shuriba. Hilarious. That's it. Why the fuck did this song show up? Wait, excuse me? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold the fucking phone. This guy forfeited. I mean, I was gonna beat whoever I played, so let's be real. Go for Morello here and then going for Declaw. Oh, Declaw Redemption. I was gonna Declaw Sunfire, which also would have been really good. But TV video coming out at midnight now. It comes out in like 30 minutes. 30 minutes. One bruiser spat. For Mogs, it's okay.
I carry my family with me.
I think normally I would never build this item this late in the game on units that aren't bruisers, but it scales pretty well with Shurima, so I don't mind. And I think I should have waited to see who I played because there's some people that I think it's a lot better against than others, but it's fine.
Become what they fear.
But I think, funny, I'm just going 9 here. Like, what else did I put in? Nothing, right? Slayer here, or Juggernaut here, and I'm good to go. Do I mean, there's a good argument for selling this later and putting, it's Shurima Aatrox, right? For sure. Velvet, I guess. So set the Darius here, it does not matter. It's completely irrelevant. It's literally just a body. It sets even better because he buys CC. Darius is useless without like all the things that apply to him.
Form is temporary. Nazuma is forever.
Might do this. Velvet. I mean, I need like now. Can't really wait. Ooh.
Survive. Fight.
Having two really giga tanks is so nice. When you're playing this comp, the most important thing is this guy. Your Nasus. Super important.
Demacia, now and forever.
If I had an MF in my shop right here, I would level and play her. Just for a little bit more power here. I'm actually pretty sure you never play Belveth, because what happens is all the items you would put on Belveth, you would put on Juggernaut instead, because you're playing 4. Alternatively, I could just drop 2 Juggernauts and then play 6 Juggernauts. Or I could drop this Swain and play 6 Juggernauts. If I really wanted to go for a cheaper defensive option.
Let the monster out.
Oh, that guy is kind of strong. I mean, I have 72 gold. That guy has a lot of combat items.
The world may fall in darkness,
Makes sense.
but Noxus will remain.
All right, whatever, man. I'm rolling.
True loyalty, power.
We should have left home years ago.
I'm thinking about how I want to do this.
Become what they fear.
For sure, this always turns into Ari top end. If it always turns into Ari, then I should just play Ari. Oh. Always. Okay, well now this is kind of interesting. I kind of want to stack this unit now over Jarvan.
My room Terra will be beautiful.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
ACC immunity is worth a ton, actually. Yeah, I think Ari is really hard to play in this position. That 3-star Fiora. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I almost beat this guy. That was really fucking close.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Wait, I'm playing them again. I was in this Ghost Port. Oh, no wonder.
shine!
Let the monster out.
Damn, I played Ghost Board at the real board with 4 people left. Oh. I'm pretty sure I'm the second strongest in the lobby, but it doesn't matter because I just hit the strongest player twice. Oh, it is playing Le Seraphim over and over again. All right, we gotta change this. We must change this. Hold on, let me go look. What am I thinking of? Oh, did I just play? We'll play some ads real quick. Paranoia by Heartsteel. Oh yeah, my favorite K-pop group. Mm. Turn it up. The death of the rock star. Oh, what's up? Oh, boss, hope you're doing fantastic. Up for a challenge? I am okay. Especially because I have to. I'm probably gonna watch something after this. Like Stray Kids, I don't really like. I mean, I think I like a lot of music in general, but it would Stray Kids would not be in my top 30 bands I care about. Probably not in my top 100 bands. I'm a top 200. I don't even know. Maybe. So you say Stray Kids is so big you wouldn't even rate them properly? I mean, yeah, pretty much. Would you say Kitty's in top 3 in the 80 carries? Of all time? Probably top 1. Like, I'm just gonna say, all these 80 carries that we send from North America, Kitty has the same amount of world championship rings as they do, okay? Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, and he hasn't played in years to let them catch up. You have as many Tour de France wins as Lance Armstrong? Yeah, I know. I have a biker, as they say. Ready for set 10? I've been ready for 4 months, man. This is one of Lily's funniest songs, where the song is just the animation is just a ceiling fan spinning. This is actually I kind of like what I like. So Masters players just qualify for World Hard Forcing multis every game. Yep. My next Asian trip vlog, not anytime this year. Song is this? It's literally called Ceiling Fan.
Carnage.
Back to Tokyo, I'm good. I mean, I'll probably be back. I love Tokyo. But I also feel like I would like to go to different places that aren't just Japan. Like, as cool as Japan is, and it's awesome. Like, I feel like, you know, I'm planning on going to China next year, as a good example.
Guess we're fighting.
In Australia, no, but I've also, like, I'm telling you, the only person who's ever tried to convince me to go to, Australia, let me just say, I wasn't very convinced. You find the video? It's not out yet. Philippines trip. I'm not really interested in the Philippines.
Carnage. Now
It's silver, right?
shall
No, it's not.
darkness.
Korea.
Let's start the
I
show.
feel like going to Korea would not be enjoyable for me, except for the drinking part. Because I'm not really like the clubbing part is not that fun for me, and the fashion part is not for me. I'm pretty sure the clothes would not fit me, so not interested. Vietnam food tour is interesting though. If you come to Australia, just don't stay in the cities. Hire a car and drive around. Did Japan with hella small? Oh yeah, like I couldn't wear anything I bought. I heard Hong Kong is amazing. Heard the food is so fucking good. Damn, I really am listening to fucking K-pop all day. God, I wish my items were like these items are so bad, you know? Like, are you guys ready to see the exact same game I played exact same game I played last game? because like my items literally dog shit. This guy actually, I did not pay attention. I'm so sad.
I am here to test souls.
Well, my whole game just got ruined right there on that loss. Well, it's all right. I think I lost early enough to where it's not that bad, or won early enough. Last one placement, yeah, it feels like it. What tier augments your preference for TK? Oh, it doesn't matter. The augment tier is irrelevant. The only thing I care about is how many items I open with. And if the items are above, if it's 3 or more items, it's always a bad camp game. Always. Can we see? No idea. Hope it is. I am not aware of the published schedule at all. I was told it would be 8, but could be delayed. Who knows? In fact, I would be shocked if it wasn't delayed, honestly. I didn't buy this. I'm pretty sure 2 chose better than 1. That's completely unnecessary. I mean, they've been unnecessary for like since day number 2. But I'll still wear it sometimes just for fun. Cause I think glasses are fun to wear. Ooh. Fun, yeah. I mean, it's a different look. How did y'all shoot the video? Over 100 hours? Something like that.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
What really sucks is I didn't hit whatever here. It really fucking blows. I should have sold everything pre-level this. I didn't hit that one thing. A bow? I want to lose streak into Nyla, but if I don't hit a bow, it's fucking impossible.
I got no time for games.
Watch this.
Okay, 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 it's okay. I think that was a belt diff. Oh my god, that was kind of close.
There will be peace in the Freljord.
Okay.
I will forge it. This
Uh,
world is frayed and in need of
dude,
mending.
I don't even know what I want here. We'll see. I misscoped. You're disgusting. You need help. Isn't this just fucking, man? Why did I even just do that? Why did I just slam declaw there? I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's just fucking a zero again, isn't it, man? It's so fucking boring. You need to keep the cloak in case if you're playing a zero, you might need adaptive, or just in general. Like it's not. Oh, it's not super worth slamming what I just did there. Fuck. All right. Ooh, I could get level up here, actually. I want to try something with this. Oh, I think when you're playing Endless Hordes, generally speaking, you want to go Invokers or Strategists. Because you lose HP, which seems like really bad, and it is. But Strategists do not care about your max HP.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I got no time for games.
The TV video out? Never. Stop asking. Just wait. I won? Holy fuck. Wait, I don't know. I was gonna roll all down here, but now I'm like, oh shit, I won. Okay, these need to go, right?
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Everyone gets one item. What is Azir's one item? I feel like Azir needs rage blade. Or it's this, right? This guy didn't even roll down. Oh my god.
Sharima will live on without you.
I also think, given the situation, I should probably play Sedge Ashe as well. I have a lot of extra slots, and I don't want to. I don't have a lot of item slots, so I feel like I need to play Ashe Sedge, maybe. I think I do this. I have all 1-star units, by the way, guys.
We'll be fine.
I'm not even gonna lie, I might pivot this fully into invokers and strategists. I do feel like invokers are very, very, very good here. Like, as in, I would play 8 invokers if I could. Well, probably not. So you probably need the strategists.
Ionia speaks through me.
Sharima is not of this time.
Two crowns. Is crown better than alternatives? I mean, crown's really not that bad, honestly.
Become what they fear. Survive. Fight.
Item blows though. Oh, wait a second.
It's destiny.
The thing about Rising Infamy is the more units you have that are bilge water, the more you can get stuff from it as well. which is really fucking nice.
I will rule the Freljord.
You sure I have to sell this, right? For Jarvan?
I will rule the Freljord.
Demacia, now and forever. I got no time for games.
The fuck is this shit, man? Hunter must be good here, right? Yeah, I can remove Ash and play just this. Oh my fucking god. I'm dizzy, guys. Guys, I'm fucking dizzy. You're lame. And Bilge, you need 2 spats, so I can only have best play 7. So if I sell, where are we at then?
Set sail. Water to me.
Shurima is never lost.
Okay. I have an interesting comp. It's kind of lit. Is Endless Hordes really a bad augment? I swear this augment, every time I see people use this, they get the most insane fucking board ever, like of all fucking time, and I'm just like, oh shit, okay. Like I can't believe they're able to get this kind of board. There's no way I lost this round, man. There's no fucking way I lost.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Actually, I should have probably Edge United this. I don't know, man. I feel like this unit sucks ass. With one item, there's no way Nyla is a good unit. Like she just must be like a fucking terrible unit with one item.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
No Negatron for 7 village has got to be the most illegal shit ever, man. This, and then
Fear the oceans wait.
I don't like any of these items. Like everything looks horrendous.
Fight.
I know it's dice bad, but it's also really awkward because I think you can get it. I think I'm hoping for it here. Unironically.
The fun begins. Water to me.
Really awkward game.
Water to me.
If I don't kill you, Zon will. If I don't kill you, Zon.
Oh my god. Okay, now that I have this fucking unit, now it gets kind of interesting. You do this for now. I got super low roll this game, man. Didn't never hit Nasus 2. Fuck, the only thing I hit was as early as year. Oh, no placemats. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. I think, I don't know, man. I think I need, I almost think I need Rageblade there. I need like I need +1 or +1 Invoker or +1 Strategist there. It's really high roll. I tried to go for a bilge out, but it's so impossible because the units in bilge need multiple items. You get anything from Rising Infamy? Okay, let me make this very clear. Rising Infamy is one of the best augments in the game. I got a shitload of gold from it. Hearthstone used to, I think it's like one of the most degenerate places. Like this is one of the places where like I think you can just go fucking insane. Because giving your units radiant items is just disgusting. Some of the things you can do with like an extra, with just giving them a free radiant item plus stuff is just holy moly.
So strange, they swing.
I am here to test souls.
Trade portals seem super boring. I hate Shurima portals. almost all of them. Shifting sands, extra components. Shifting sands is for sure like an egregiously bad one.
Let's start the show.
Hearth of the Demacia
I
units
am
are
here
kind of
to
disgusting.
test souls.
I'm not taking catch this time.
Let's start the show.
Opening was
Now
this
we shall gluttonize.
stuff for it. Oh. Yeah, I kind of want to just take Noxus, but it's really questionable to do that right here, I feel. Is it really that bad? Oh yeah, never mind. It's fucking bad.
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
Oh, is there anything that I really want to slam here that's actually good and not something that I feel like I'm gonna regret in about 10 minutes? I don't know. Maybe one of those games where I just do a triple combat augment and pray to God I just out-own people. Because most of the times I'm the player who wants to econ into, like, I would prefer like one combat augment and then econ. But yeah, this is one of those games where like maybe I can just combat augment my way to a win. I don't know, a dub. Dub it out. Okay.
Demacia is counting
Definitely
on us.
this. How many is this, like? Pretty sure all these items are not slammable, man. The exception is this. Is Shiv or this? And it's like if I play Shiv, I'm playing another Azir game. Like I don't want to play. You play Azir. Oh. Damn, this guy went. He's dead, right? Wow. Pretty sad about that.
Always on the run.
I think I just chill. I'm just chilling. This is one of the few moments I can actually play for Bilge. So I might just hard force Bilge for this position. Just like this guy's hard forcing Bilge. Is that actually hot shot? I do not think so. I don't know, man. Kind of FF. I don't think I've gotten a bow on the. I average one bow on the carousel every 5 games or something, and it's actually crazy. Like there's a 0% chance I can ever get a bow or something. I don't know, man. Surprised he slammed D-Claw if this guy is angling toward Bilge. But D-Claw is not like a top tier slam. But maybe that's just the default item he got. Yeah, I'm being told Broden needs more time with the video. But like honestly, like you guys should not have expected it to come out. That's why I don't have a time in my title. But whatever, it's a 2 loss to 2 win, kind of a mini streak. Well, actually, I don't know if I beat that guy. That guy looks kind of strong. Oh my goodness. He's got Ixtal Demon Flare. Okay.
Now that is what I want to see.
They will feel pain they never imagined.
Bro. I kind of still want to brute force this, but I know it's not a great idea.
Always on the run.
Now that is what I want to see.
Man, I don't think I saw all these actually.
Take out the scent.
Weird thing to say, I get that almost every single day I'm online. I got that when I was off stream, just playing in TFT. It's just, sadly, I just get it all the time.
Justice will be served.
Village? I mean, I want to, but I mean, this is a direct contester, and I don't have great items, so it's like, I don't know if I should. Plan here. If you see adaptive slammed, it's probably going, like, I'm probably going Village. We'll see. Oh, well, that's one way of fixing my items. Okay. What are the most okay. I might have gotten bailed out. The way this works now. Oh god. Okay, no, I know what it's work. Bilge is definitely playable from this position. The BIS is 4 bows GS, 2 for Nyla, and then for MF it is. Honestly, your MF is just holding items for your stupid GP eventually. So you want to just give her adaptive, and then she gets like Morellos pretty much, and you're just chilling. But your front line needs Warmogs, adaptive, don't play.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Always on the run.
I think what you're supposed to do is you get TF, and then you put all your items, like this gets sold. You put all your items in your TF. You also want to hold on to like buys, I think, or I think yeah, I'll just take this. It's fine. I mean, I'm down. Like when I first started playing this patch, I played so much Nyla because I just thought it was the most fun thing to play. And it is, and she's the best. This could get sold. This is so fucking useless, man. But I mean, I'll have a better alternative, so. Wait, even trial? No, you're not. I'm not playing the weird version. I'm playing the failure version. So it's super bad to slam even trial because your items are so important for this version. I think the 3 defensive items are better than your Nyla items for this version. Oh wait, wait. I actually don't know how to play hardcore on this version. Oh shit. Hold on. There's a statistical way of doing this one. Hold up. I don't know how to do it with the radiant item. It's the radiant GS with 2 non-radiants is what it looks like. Cool. Okay, that's all I need though. Radiant RC? I don't think they are. This guy has Swain 3. Oh, okay, it's fine. He's Swain 3 with Ixtal, bro. I don't know if I'm ever beating that guy. That guy is kind of strong. Doesn't let's be removed, don't care. I understand why they're being removed because this set has been plagued with balancing issues and a lot of them are because of legends. I think before they can try something else, they probably need to remove legends. Just to have one set where the balance is incomplete. Isn't terrible, I guess.
Water to me.
Wow. What the fuck?
I got no time for games.
Always on the run. Vital kill. Sorrow. Fear the ocean's weight.
Radiant Deathblade also has decent stats. Oh, interesting. Is Radiant Hurricane good on it? I saw someone do that and it looked really interesting. Not this, not this, not this. Let me get one, please. Is that even good? I feel like it's Zeke's or I like Aegis a lot, actually. I've been very much enjoying Aegis. And the other one requires a lot of carries. Dude, I need a roll. Mainly because I need the MF2. But like I was like, I'm not losing fights, and then I just hit this guy and okay, I'm fucking dying. I'm getting fucking rolled here. I'm all in. I should have rolled this round. Fuck, I'm stupid. Okay. Pretty sure I'm never playing this now. Okay. I have a good idea.
The shadows.
The void has breached this place.
Fuck, where is...
I will rule the Freljord.
Oh no.
I will rule the Freljord.
I was playing the same comp as me, and then he hits Failure Rise, and oh shit, at 7. He's 20 gold at 7 with Sedge 2. I am in trouble, I think. I mean, I guess. It's not unusable. Sell this. Play.
not of this time.
The fun begins.
Oh, I'm going 8th this game. Mechanic strength, army building. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just have to sell these. Probably Rise is such a good unit, but like I can't do anything about it, I don't think. Yeah, I ought to lose this game. I guess I'm just playing for 7th place now. Doesn't feel very good. But it is what it is. What time is on TV account? No idea. You'll figure. You'll find out when I find out. Oh, that might actually save me, maybe. Oh my fucking god! I giga griefed it. I giga griefed it. I'm a super giga ultra griefer. A super giga ultra mega griefer.
Shurima is not of this time.
I won't be denied.
Whatever, I lost. Let me care. I guess I care a little bit. I do care. Would have won if I had just slammed my items correctly. Whatever. Recontested? Oh yeah. Can you help OC? Welcome out for 25 months. Hope this months. Ah. Yep. 3-way contested. My items did not shift correctly. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. What is sorcery fight? That poster is me and Toast, man. Jujutsu Kaisen? Oh my god, I've never seen it said like that. I am sorry. That's been welcome back for 18 months. Chance to join the hardcore WoW trend. If I was gonna join, I should have joined like a couple days ago when I was sick. I don't know, man. I just don't feel. I'm allergic to good things for my stream. I'm not interested. I know John reserved my name, but I'm not playing. Directed to Scarra's quiz questions. I didn't answer them to him, so no. I was just doing that for my stream. I mean, if I'm not in the guild, there's no reason for him to respond, right? Dude, what the heck? My feet are cold now. You might. Um.
Battle time!
Guilty!
Alright, I feel a lot better. Also, I see a lot of Rebecca, so I immediately feel better. And a bow, yeah, and a bow. It's all good. I mean, yeah, it's probably not right to sell for this, right? Yeah, I don't want to sell for silver. Yeah, like when you look at carries that need bows in this set, man, it's like, not a bow actually. So bow. So many fucking bows. Bow. It just had Nyla's BIS. It's just egregious.
Name some.
I am the River King!
Guess we're fighting.
Oh. Did he come out? No idea. I was thinking about whether I should sell there, and I'm like, oh, no.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Isn't it kind of crazy? A Kale 2 might be worse than a Casio 1. I might just 5 loss this instead of using inconsistency. It got me 4 gold this round, and they'll give me more gold later.
I got no time for games.
Guess we're fighting. We are to fight now? Let's go!
Oh no, I didn't hit. Oh, I did hit this. Yes, yes. We actually wanted to win this. This is perfect. My inconsistency is absolutely perfect. I wasn't sure if I could beat anyone, but then I could beat this guy. So thank God. Perfect inconsistency. And I lose the next 2, and I'm good to go. The website you co-sign for a player who wants to stay up to date with meta comms. Oh, I just use tactic tools for everything. The UI is kind of bad, but it has the best data, I guess. Bro. Oh, I'm thank God I got this. Would stacking Nico not be IS? Oh, it is. And like, I probably should switch here, to be honest, because it makes a lot more sense to switch to Nico. But I have not been able to ever have a kill opener, so I'd prefer to stay kill. Whereas Nico, I've done a lot before. Oh yeah, maybe Robin's website is pretty good for comps. Please, Kale, you got me?
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Okay, question. Is Kale better played for Bastion than the? No, it's just vertical Demacia, right? Like I usually literally go to 7, right? Fuck. They made Sona too good, man. It's so funny with inconsistency. I don't even care if I win. It's like, okay, I win, cool. I'm still inconsistent. That's awesome.
Guilty. Where there is evil, I shall go.
I don't like when you get gold on PvE round, the gold doesn't automatically come to you. It's only on PvE round as well. No other round. What a weird interaction. That is only on this fucking round. Two win, one loss, two win the best. Yeah, it is. She'll buy them kale. That is not happening. We'll keep that technology hidden away.
Guilty. I am here to test souls. Fight me if you have no spirit. Right to
I missed the fucking. Oh my god.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Demacia is counting on us.
Guess we're fighting.
right to glory.
Okay. Okay, I feel like Tome is almost as good, but I mean, I just have to take this, right? That's fucking insane. Okay, now I have another question. What the fuck do my items do? Is it just stone plate here? Probably, right? Am I really slamming fucking Hodge, man? Isn't Hodge terrible? I mean, Hodge is okay on Fiora, actually. J4 items. But he forfeited. Oh, he hit the other person, the Piltover player, and then fucking forfeited, so he cashed out. Oh my god. Wait, that guy has the vendetta. They legit actually own that guy. Wait, that is very unfortunate, I have to say. I'm lovely to put this in, so that's why I didn't sell. That is very unfortunate. Fourth bow. If there's a Jarvan here, I would have taken it. Okay, I am feeling not bad. Arguably, I'd say I'm feeling pretty darn good. Oh, ooh, this is really bad for my Kale. Wait, he is actually Milio Chobino. Interesting. My position is so good. The Petricite actually was GG. What's another show? Oh. Well, I mean, that's awesome for me. I'm pretty sure my matchup against Cho is really good.
We'll be fine.
I mean, I need to make it to. I'm gonna make it to 8 to play Jarvan. Okay, no problem. Just natural my Quinn. Honestly, I've been in so many positions where going 9 is the wrong play for. I've seen Kale just stay at 7 and roll or 8. Search, you have inconsistency. Oh yeah. God, I need another Rage Blade though. Wait, what is the Kench? Oh, the Kench is actually a shitload of gold. Wait, I can just do it. I can go 9 this game for sure. The Kench 4-2 is it 16 gold every round? Or 11 gold every round for 4 rounds? It's 44 gold, right? Wait, was Kench at, oh my god. I'm just naturally everything? Okay. Here's what I want. Bow and armor. And I can itemize Jarvan as well. Damn, if I get 1 Fiora, I can go 9 for sure. Oh.
You cannot hide.
Demacia, now and forever.
I feel like this is bad for me. Free Jarvan team 9. It's a free Jarvan 9. I want 9 Jarvans. Go ahead, GP at 7. Oh yeah, he's Luck Lord. Better Heart. 50 gold, by the way. Wow, I didn't level last round because I forgot. Huh, well, that works out, I guess. Wait, I'm going the fastest 9 fucking ever, man. Okay, so I just go 9 and I do infinite amounts of damage. This guy's pretty strong. What the heck? This is a guy who actually got grief on his cash out. He's still really strong. Well, I'm around 7. You guys like Refractor? I mean, it's probably fine. I think you need Shojin or Invoker. But NA's chance to get the semis in Worlds, it's like 100%. Can I crush this?
Let the monster out.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever. I think the amount of times I've gone 10 with level up is like maybe 3 times ever. I just think you always just stay 9. Because to build a level 9 board is so expensive. So expensive. You're paying like 150 gold to build your board, you know, like some stupid amount of fucking gold. Level 10's a level cap next set. I think that's great. I do like that. And I hope they revert a lot of the level changes. Oh, 2 ultis, so good. Actually, one, okay. I mean, he's level 8. Like I could be level 9 right now, but I'm not going to because that I do not need to be.
I never hold back.
That's if you are. I'm just good. I'm just maybe just too good at this game. Is it Ixtal? Oh, it is. Oh, he didn't get an ulti off.
Broadside.
Oh, I got my inconsistency value. Nice. Wow, that's like almost perfect. Didn't level, got more gold, and then now I leveled to 9, and I just put in like a ridiculous front line. Go ahead, GP at 7, got a hard to get a count. Yeah, some people are just lucky. Not me, but some people. Fast 10? Dudes, please, I need frontline items, man. Like, what the fuck are these? Like, I can't even get Morello here. You quit last arc. Oh, I'm done. No, trust. I have an idea with what to do with my items. I just need a. Oh my fuck this thing. It needs GP.
They'll be fine.
Or TG Fiora. Fuck Fiora. That unit is useless. Oh, I wish I had a Rek'Sai here. Fuck. Pretty sure this is way better. You know, Deathcap Scion is probably his best AD thing. He gets like 100% attack speed off Deathcap.
They'll be fine.
This guy's board looks so strong because he has free virtue as well. I need a Giga board to beat that guy.
Your gods fear me.
Guys, don't worry. We're going 10. When I said no one goes 10, well, I do. I'm a 10er. Oh, nope. Was hoping for Demacius back here. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck. Right into the sun. Maybe it was actually this item for this.
My room Terra will be beautiful.
I'm just waiting to use these items. I need a GP. Damn, this guy had double trouble. Oh, that guy did a lot of damage. It's okay. Pretty sure I stack 2 and I go 10 here, right? Every time. No way it's not stack 2. And I go 4 Slayer by putting Rek'Sai this in. Rek'Sai Scion. And then I'm good to go. Honestly, what rises it? Oh, it's the Ixtal one. If I have Demacia, nope. Wait, let me sell this so I don't get distracted. So let me sell this because I don't want to get distracted. Please ulti. Oh my god, he did not ulti. Oh wow. Some more inconsistency. Perfect. Okay. I have pre-level into the level 10 here. Honestly, maybe I play Rise. Scales with Demacia.
For great science! For great science!
For Nazuma! I am Darkin! Your gods fear me!
Fuck off, man.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
I'm gonna drop the 5. I'm not gonna lie.
From the shadows.
Fuck this.
Consulte. Hear my name and know my strength.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Man, I don't really have items for this.
For great science!
I have a lot with Heimer too. I'm not worried.
This will put a wrench in their plans.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
I don't think I need more Sunlight.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Slayer, I think I need Rek'Sai in for
return. Consulte, hear my name and know my strength.
Okay. There's no way I can lose, right?
Consulte, hear my name and know my strength. For Nazuma!
Oh, it is not going to do what I wanted it to do. Inconsistency loss? No way that guy hits violently, right?
Behold immortality! If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save. Consulte, hear my name and know my strength.
No way. I didn't kick him out? Wow. Hold on. I don't think he's dead yet, though.
Consulte, hear my name and know my strength. For Nazuma!
This was the... I got so lucky in this game. I went level 10. But does that be multis? I don't know, man. Catch is OP. I didn't use a single catch thing. Catch observe what happens when you 3-star your 5 costs in the game, they get giga powerful. Cassante usually can knock out 1 unit. At 3-star, he can knock out 8 units, I think. 7? Most of the... It's like you pretty much free win. Like it should almost never happen. I get maybe one every set. This is my one. Zara in the shiz. Welcome back for 19 months. Lord hello. Welcome back for 60. Guys, I'm supposed to be playing here's my plan. Let me tell you my plan. At the OTV video is supposed to release at 8. And then I have a Valor lobby with Lily at 10. Now I'm in this weird position where like, okay, I don't have enough time to play a game, but like, let me just go play some. I need to get some water. Maybe we'll just talk. My game was between Velvet 2 at 7 with Ione Vanquisher RFC and Infinite Gold. He went second to a 2-star multicaster board. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, that seems about okay. just get water. And while I'm getting water, I'm watching Robin stream on my phone playing TFT, and I'm like, wow, this is I feel a little weird about this. If I ever do a ScarraCon, I would never do that. Actually, how hard is it to rent a convention center? All right, guys, we got like 30 minutes to burn. Okay, so we're just chilling. So we're chilling. Okay, so I have some questions. Okay, hold on. Let me maybe turn the volume for this a little lower because I'm. How long does it take to, or how much money does it take to run a convention? Do they even have any experience running like a small convention? Like let's say I wanted to run a convention, like randomly, I made ScarraCon, okay, and like I hired some food trucks to be there. I had some events there, like a couple panels, stuff like that. How expensive would that be? 100 grand? I can organize a convention for about 100 to 150K in SF. Like with how many people? Like how many people is that? Like let's say I'm a pretty big deal, right? So 20 people is what I want to hold an event for. 25 people. 1.5K attendees. Oh. With my college of the music festivals thing, we used up 150K. Dude, what if I just host one at Dave & Buster's? Yo, ScarraCon, guys, at this address, everyone comes in, it's a Dave & Buster's, man. We're just fucking playing like the Dave & Buster games. Wait, actually sounds kind of funny. Small conventions sound like a wedding? Yeah, they are. Like in Vegas, the cheapest wedding you can get in Vegas, or one of the cheapest, not the cheapest, but one of the cheapest with a cool venue is the Taco Bell Cantina, right? I think it's $700. That's not bad. Like $700 for a wedding. I'm pretty sure the weddings on average cost like, don't quote me on this, but like $1 bajillion. Like when people tell me how much stuff costs for weddings, I'm like, oh my fucking god. Like you get a wedding planner to plan everything, and it's just infinite money glitch. Weddings are 25K. They're not the weddings I've been to. Most of the weddings I've been to are 50K plus. You going through it at the moment, you're 70K. Holy fuck, man. If you use a hotel and people book with the hotel room block, you can get 100 plus people for 10K. At second tier city? Okay, but like it's gonna be held in like LA because it's, you know. Million dollar wedding, by the way. Probably. Okay, but real talk, the real reason why this movie was awesome, but it's the best person for this movie was who was it? Gemma Chang? Is that her name? Oh my god, she's fucking gorgeous. What? I don't know if I've seen her before this movie, but I was like, holy fuck. But yeah, that's the wedding I want. Actually, is that the wedding I want? Let me go think of wedding. What? Oh, there's something I saw. Oh my god. There, I gotta show you guys something. Hold on. It's actually watching videos time. Hold on. I have to figure out where I watched it. Okay, not this. Ignore this. Oh my god. Okay. Is it? Oh yeah, it's this one. It's this one. Okay. Have you guys heard this? Yeah. You guys ever see this version of Cha Cha Real Smooth?
Hey y'all, this right here is the Bible Slide, featuring the Freedom Band. And this time, we're about to get holy, 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 holy. Holy, holy, holy. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, we about to have some spiritual milk. To the left. Take a step of faith. Pray once this time. On the devil, let's stomp. On temptation, let's stomp. Bible slide real smooth. Now praise and shout. To the right. Take a step of faith. Jump out the boat. Right foot, let's go. Left foot, let's go. Bible slide now, y'all. Now it's time to get holy. Get right now. To the left. Take it to the grave and see it resurrect. Come alive this time. Right fist, 2 pumps. Left fist, 2 pumps. Don't look to the left. Don't look to the right. Backslide. No! Backslide. No! It's just a move.
Yeah, I'm stopping. But wasn't that fucking awesome? You know, you learn something new every day. She who is Jay. Welcome back for 40 months. Hi, a couple months. Hello. Thank you for the support. Is that in a CIA torture book? No, what do you mean? People love that, man. But why milk? I don't know. Why milk? Milk is the best. The torture your chat, dude. If I wanted to torture you guys, man, we would be watching different things. Okay, like different things, like for sure. Oh wait, actually, I need to hold on. I need to get the new agent. He coached me on TFT, bro. I coach every day. Just watch what I do on stream and do the opposite. Like, and then literally instantly challenger. Watching the mushy wedding and talking about weddings is already torture for me. Do you guys cheer up at weddings? Weddings are so like it's such a positive event. It's like I feel some things whenever I go to a wedding. Ugh. Like usually I'm kind of I don't know, not like that, but at a wedding I'm like, oh god. You only went to that's why it's Ray, really. We had midlife crisis if Lily becomes challenger in TFT. If Lily becomes challenger in TFT or Radiant, I would literally just I'd be so impressed. But two, it's just I would be just blown away. Like, no offense to Lily, but if she just became Radiant like in a month, I would go over there and install a keylogger onto your PC and then take a camera and watch like put it, hide it in her room, because I would want to prove that she's the one playing. G, who is Jay? Thanks to bits. I only like weddings if I'm a good friend. That's true. I guess if you know everyone, it like the last wedding I went to was yeah, that one was a good one. Oh. That one was a good one. When if he always hits good, I mean, yeah. Where's ISO? Hello? Is he out yet? Oh, he's not out yet. What the heck? Why am I on here? This is the only thing I bought. The next patch? No. Nate's wedding that he streamed was really fun to watch. Oh, did he get married at Taco Bell? Yeah, the Neptunes, like, literally look at my collection. It's all old shit, and then it's 2 Neptune things and this thing. Everything else is like really old. Like really old. Except for the knife, yeah. Change your op skin. Oh, my op skin's lit. Hold on. Let me go to literally look at this one. Guys, you know, the entire time I don't have a zoom in more button for op. Like I don't think, because you're supposed to have 2 degrees of zooming, right? There's no game audio. Wait, really? Give me a second. Let me go see what the. Let's see. Oh, that's why. Yeah, like I don't know how to like. I just hold. This is literally the best skin. You got toggle off for double zoom? Oh. Yeah, I don't like the toggle. Whatever. I need to warm up. Oh. Yeah, I watched even one warm up here, and I was like, this guy's a fucking freak. I need confident, yeah, I need TDO. I don't like warming up here. They quit Apex? Nah, I still play from time to time, but this season is like terrible to play Apex. Like literally giga terrible to play Apex. by yourself. Climbing by yourself in this season is like impossible. Sean is literally playing every day. He's playing with like a stack of like really good players, and he's playing against like Preds and Gold, man.
Match found.
Pow. Oh, I don't like DM. I like the other thing. Shit. Is it Team DM?
Deathmatch.
A silver by
Warm
Master
up.
Mar. Oh no, I'm actually silver. Hold on.
Have I told you
I
you're okay?
don't like
You're
this
okay,
deathmatch.
fam.
I prefer
Good
the team
evening.
deathmatch.
Fight.
Woo! Let's start.
Fuck. I lost to her Discord mod.
Enemy punished.
Yeah. Oh, that sucked. Bucky and DM? Oh.
Dominating.
I was freaks this time, man. Oh my god, that guy actually owned me.
Dominating.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god.
See this dead fool. Oh. Nice.
He was big. Awesome. Wow, all right, whatever, man. Okay. What? Oh, he was spawning. Wait, I didn't even know it spawned like that. Where he has a blue outline?
kick them out.
Oh. That's the same guy. Okay.
10 kills remaining.
Too easy. Too easy.
Oh my god.
Five kills remaining. Dominating.
Roddy the Woman for 2 years. Thanks for subbing.
Yo, what's up?
Yo.
My voice is killing me.
Oh no. I'm just in a DM right now.
Huh?
I'm in a DM right now. I'm practicing. Warm me up. Yeah.
Okay. Good, good. I ended
Why?
my stream, so
Oh.
one of you needs to stream so you can catch me.
One kill remaining.
Okay. Yeah. So you're fully focused, right?
No, I'm pretty tired.
That creature is dead.
Ooh. Wait, I just lost to her Discord mod. Okay. All right, wait. Okay, we asked. You asked, or you put time for us to play. Oh, who's playing with us?
Why don't you take a guess, Scarra?
Box.
No,
Annie.
no,
Obama.
no.
Dua Lipa?
Michael Reeves.
Not Dua Lipa.
Toast. And then I just asked the same people you played
But
last night.
if you had the opportunity to bring Dua Lipa into a Valor lobby with us, you would.
Dua Lipa. Okay, don't get me started on. Oh, you know how to trigger me.
What?
You know how I feel about Dua Lipa.
What? Wait, I'm sorry.
How do you feel about Dua Lipa?
How do you feel about her? What?
Her music is great, but she's mid in terms of her attractiveness, and I'm tired of people pretending otherwise.
What?
What?
See, you guys are doing it right now.
You think she's mid?
This is all a big prank everyone is in on by
She's
acting like
not mid.
She's not. No, there's mid is like a no.
No, she's mid for celebrity. Michael, Dua Lipa.
Legend of Zelda.
That's not a question. That's a fucking name. What do you want me to do with that?
How do you feel about her?
I like her songs.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she okay? No, that's been agreed on. Her songs are good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're bangers.
What about her physical appearance?
I honestly don't know what Dua Lipa looks like off the top of my head. Okay, I'll look it up. Yeah. Dua Lipa. Dua Lipa. Man, she kind of looks like that TikToker.
Charlie D'Amelio.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Is that what you guys were talking about?
I literally said her name and he immediately just started ranting about how he hates women.
Damn, you doing this shit without me?
I just find her to be like middling.
I
You know, mid.
okay. I remember when I asked your opinion on female attractiveness, and it was very different from mine. And I remember asking Albert the same thing, and it was very different than mine.
What did I say?
I don't remember, but I remember you said you like girls with very thick eyebrows, and then
I
we started talking.
do.
And we started talking about them. And then when I think I was asked about what actress I thought was hot, I said like Kate Beckinsale was fucking hot.
Oh, she's hot. She is very attractive, but in like that posh royalty upper class kind of way.
But in that like I could sell 4 movies just by myself kind of way.
Okay.
Seconds.
Yeah, she literally made Underworld. Like the series, that's just all her. It's just her in latex. That's the entire premise of the 4 movies.
That does it for you?
Well, I mean, yeah. Like yeah. Hold on, let me show you guys.
So that's reasonable. What do you guys think of Spider-Man's mom?
In the new Spider-Man?
Yeah. Oh man, the old one. Spider-Man's aunt.
Her aunt.
His aunt, yeah.
Yeah. Marissa Tomei, she's super hot. Like would. I would.
Marissa Tomei?
Would.
Yeah, she's hot. But I'm
Lily, you there?
I'm surprised you say that about her and not Dua Lipa then.
Where are you guys? Are you
I have a thing for older women.
Dude, me too.
Shut up.
Do we have a 5th?
I'm looking for one.
You want to do WoW? I'm wowing right now, man.
Like, I don't want a woman with like wrinkles, but like the lines are just starting to set in.
And then you encase her in epoxy resin as soon as you start dating her.
That's called Korean skincare, man.
That is a good point, yeah. That's true.
Wait, is Jennifer Aniston like that? Like, does she have wrinkles?
Ooh, Marissa Tomei?
Jennifer Aniston?
Nah, she's way too.
How old is she?
I don't think she's that.
Oh, she's
attractive even.
54. Huh.
Toast, are
She
you
does-
on?
Yeah, I'm getting on.
No, you're not. You're on WoW.
Yeah, she looks.
Once you get a 5th player, you didn't let me finish.
She looks great for 50,
Okay, I'm getting
56. Like, she looks so good. You need one for comp.
Yeah, but I never found Jennifer Aniston to be attractive.
I'm gonna wait for Lily to find people.
Oopsies.
Who else? Wait, now I'm so interested. Hold on, let me think. What do you think about that girl in Parks and Rec?
Aubrey Plaza?
Yes.
Nah, I don't vibe with that kind of.
Really?
I like that she's really mean. I like girls that are mean to me.
Wow.
Yeah, like I don't like the emo flippy kind of like defrosting ice queen kind of vibe. Doesn't do it for me.
Really? I like that she's like. I think I like her humor. That's why I find her more attractive. But I think that's okay.
I like her humor as well.
The fuck is this?
You see this?
What the fuck? I gotta show my stream.
It's so fucking good, dude. I can set a couple more of these.
Marco, what the fuck are these?
Let's see.
What about Mariah Carey? What does she look like now?
Guys, I don't have a fifth.
All right, let me see if I can pull someone.
I have not seen. I cannot find the current image.
I couldn't find anyone.
Oh wait, I found
She looks great.
That's all it takes, baby.
A 54 is like, she looks really good for 54.
Yeah.
You know who I feel like is never gonna age for me?
Exactly what I was
Beyonce.
Marissa Tomei.
It's
God damn
our
it.
3-0 squad.
I feel like Beyonce is always gonna be like
Hey, damn, we
that-
only won 3?
that
I won
girl.
4.
You know, that bitch.
We won 3 in a row. I remember.
You remember that, right?
I remember that.
I'm riding that high, guys. Okay. And then I solo queued after.
What up,
You
G?
congratulate Michael for me. I'll be the #1 Subway Surfers player in the country,
I
bro. He's been
lost, and I'm
#1
now 0
for a
RR,
while.
And if I lose one more,
And
I
I'm
can
not
launch
gonna
a
do
solo
that for
one
you.
again.
Well, that's
But
why
I
we're
believe
here.
We're the 3-0 team. We're
Well,
about to be
that's
4-0.
what we're here for, and let me tell
That's
you,
why we're
I'm
here.
ready to play Valorant.
Get on.
Oh,
Can I have like 5 minutes? I just got.
You can have 4 minutes.
Just AFK in the game.
Go,
AFK
go.
in the game.
The time is ticking down.
Okay, well,
okay,
I'm getting on.
guys.
I'm getting.
I got
Okay,
memes.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
God damn it. He's probably gonna go shower or something.
Cringe.
Wait, Michael, did you see the video of how much alcohol we have?
No.
Let me see if I can. I got it for you. Hold up.
Yeah.
I have to turn this off real quick because I'm not sure where I put it. Is it this one? Oh, it's fucking this one. Hold up.
Full hard tech.
It's that.
Oh wow, damn, you got like the mezcal bottles too. That's crazy. Jesus Christ. Oh, what are we doing? Poisoning a country? That's crazy.
I told them I didn't think it was enough, and then they mathed it out as on average 7 shots per person.
That's pretty good math. I like that math.
And I'm just like, well, like, what if we have some tanks at the party?
I know. I am not your average person.
Yeah.
I'm far weaker.
That's not what I was gonna say. Guys, if I gave you guys 7 shots of tequila right now, would you be done? Before or like before you got the 7 shots? I'm a tank now. Oh, bro, I died. Okay. Hell yeah. Like in a row, like over the course of 4 hours, I'd be dead. Oh, Legend of Zdaro. Thank you so much for the sub. Sorry I missed you. Fuck.
So is like the baby never coming back?
The baby?
The baby.
Yeah, probably not.
Over 4 hours, easy. Oh.
How can Chris Brown come back?
He's back?
I think probably because people liked his music, unironically.
Yeah, that's why Kanye is back. Is he back?
I mean, he's not back yet. He needs to drop like his album and then he can be back.
Right. Bro, that cake. Okay.
Kanye. Oh, I said Kanye.
Oh.
Sorry, not honey. Like Kanye. Sorry. No, I'm sorry.
I shot 60%, 10%.
Honey.
Like 100%.
Honey.
Hi.
Check out these memes. You see these memes I sent?
12 in 12,
they
20
killed
minutes. Okay, well, I'm not looking to send people to the hospital. Blue B623, welcome back for 38 months. Thanks for your subbing. Oh, of alcohol. Oh, I thought you meant like if it was with anything. Oh, no. Hell no.
No. Someone in my wild guild just died.
Ah, that's forever?
That's forever. He has to restart now. It's that
That's
Charming
tragic.
Joe streamer guy.
Oh,
Wait, Charming
no.
Joe?
He's great.
He's playing WoW.
Wait, he's awesome.
Yes,
He
he's
just
awesome.
died.
Gotta go to a stream.
Christina Hendricks,
That's really
gorgeous.
sad. I'm so sad about that.
That's so sad.
That's so sad,
Yep.
right?
Are you guys too far apart to queue to queue with us? No, Valorant has a system where you can queue with anyone. Does not matter. You just average out your thing and go up.
Lethal heart attack.
7 shots of tequila in 4 hours will kill me. Oh, I hate tequila as well. I can do like 20 shots of soju, but I think if I'm doing only tequila shots, I can do like, I think about 9 and I'm out. I'm tapped out for the night. Like it is bad. Like I will literally fall asleep. Lucy Liu. Oh, I think she aged really gracefully. But like when I was growing up, Lucy Liu was like
still #1 in Subway
that
Surfer?
Asian girl.
Nah, not for this week. Last week.
Damn.
Yeah. I got
You have to play gold. Nah, we're probably playing around
I threw that. Lily watched me throw it at the end. I was just over it after I got to the highest score. So I think I can go further.
You definitely
How
can.
long does it take?
That
hours.
took like 3 or 4 hours.
4 hours?
Okay, right. That's hurtful, your tone. But
No, I'm saying, wow, that is so amazing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I think I could go for like more, because after some amount of time, it's really just like a stamina game, because it's just like you kind of know where everything that's gonna happen. You know all of it.
Okay.
You just gotta focus. You just gotta sit down. You gotta like move your hand around, do squats. Yeah, I think if I spread it over days, I could just keep going until like maybe 20 million, but I don't know if the game will save. That's my other fear, is that like I pause the game and like it crashes on my phone and then it's all for nothing. And then I kill myself.
Shit.
That's a reasonable response.
Yeah, it's dubs all the way down.
Yes, sir.
Wait, cue it up.
Cue it up.
Cue it up. We don't need
Kuno here?
Secular to be here.
Okay.
Yeah, is like Kudo around?
He'll eventually be here. Yeah, Sochu's okay. Like I think I'm over worried about the party we're gonna throw. Like realistically, as long as we have like snacks, some pizza, and then a metric fuckload of alcohol and some music, it's gonna be fine, right? I think it'll be fine. I'm overly worried about it. I shouldn't be.
So what did you guys do today?
I watched Europe suck ass in the morning, and NA is just so much better.
What was that, Valorant?
That was League.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit's funny as fuck.
Yeah, EU just, what the fuck is a kilometer, you know?
Yeah.
And then
that's why I failed.
And then NA is the best this year, so got a year of playing that over EU.
Damn, I wonder how Hotshot feels. He sells CLG and they make it to quarterfinals.
I don't even think. I think his equity was already pretty low before that point. Like he'd already pretty much been out by then. Yeah, I think he sold out like a long ago. Yeah, he sold to CLG or MSG, but probably a little bit bittersweet. But I counted today, and there have been 11 native North American mid laners.
And you're one of them.
And I'm one of them. This year added 2, so we went from 9 to 11.
Wow.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
I think NA sucks. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Hey, better now.
Like, there's some records that I feel like should be broken, and like when they're not, I'm like, oh, I kind of want this, but not really. Yeah, they said Appa and Palafox this year. RG.
This is cute.
Luck down the quarterfinal draw. Yep.
True.
You still have the LCS records? Nah. I used to have 2 records, which was that record and
I'm back. I didn't miss
the most kills in the playoff game. But then Jensen took that record.
Well, you guys ready for that new agent?
ISO.
ISO.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, right?
Dude,
That's
I'm
a
just
camera
saying.
setting. Go on.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Jujutsu Kaisen's popping off right now, and they get that character. Holy fuck.
Wait, what's he? Is he from Jujutsu Kaisen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Gojo.
He is.
I'm more of a Kento Nanami stan.
I like Kakashi.
I'm a Hikari. I'm a Hikari stan. When that guy comes in, I'm a Hikari stan. Dude, Hikari is so fucking cool. He's literally the coolest character they added.
Are you guys gonna play the old season of Fortnite?
I want to. Like, actually.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I just have to stay alive until that happens, and then, you know, whatever's...
Yeah. When is that? Is that like a month?
It's in like a... no. Real soon. Like, days. Within days. I think it's the 3rd next month.
Days? Oh my god. Oh, wait. We can't do that. We're busy. We can't play it on launch. We gotta go. Me and Toast are out.
Can't play what? Where are you guys going?
Match found.
Do that thing.
Do a thing.
Yeah.
What thing?
That
What
thing.
day? On that day.
Which
Yeah.
day?
That thing.
Oh, playing Valorant? Whose idea was this?
We're playing Valorant?
What?
Ooh, we are.
What? I love Valorant. I'm so sleepy.
When's the Cypher buffs coming in?
Oh, I
Oh, yeah,
saw
those. Are so
those.
substantial.
Yeah. We're barak.
Yeah, that's nuts. Dude, the tripwire resetting seems like so fucking strong.
I am both.
It's gonna piss me off beyond imagination.
Oh, he played Fortnite again. I mean, that's fair.
I can smoke. I can flash.
Like your character
Yeah,
boys.
the
Come on.
tripwire
I
resetting
wanted
is
to play
crazy.
Sage.
What?
Hmm?
It's fine.
Ah. I'm here to take away all Sage players from.
I'm gonna
Split.
just play my main character.
Okay.
No sacrifice.
Wait. We need like an initiator.
Flashes. That would be the Fade or the Sky, right?
That's literally me.
Lily, you got this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know, I'll just play right now.
Okay.
I'll just play.
she
I'll play
can do
Raze.
Oh, that's a good splitter.
It's a splitter.
Split.
Okay. Valorant.
Valorant. Fortnite.
Have you guys tried that new game, The Finals?
Nah.
I tried, but it kept having problems, so I couldn't play.
Oh. I just like that you can destroy stuff in that game, like whole buildings.
Whatever happened to BattleBit?
I don't know. The player count is so low, and it's really sad.
I bet she's
It's
fun.
like 5,000 concurrent players, which is, you know, it's a lot for a game, but like, it used to be so many.
I feel like every game you get into, Michael eventually dies a very quick and rapid death.
Michael,
Yeah, yes, sir.
you
I
have the-
kill him.
You have the touch of death when it comes to games.
I don't mean to do it,
I
man.
know,
I
but
just
you
like
do.
it.
Yeah. Remember what happened to Muck?
No,
Dude,
that's not the
what?
game I think of.
Yeah, today when I open up Fortnite, I see every time I open up Fortnite, I see Spellbreak launcher.
Oh
like,
my
Oh,
God.
that game was actually kind of fun though.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
It just
R.I.P.
came out at a bad time, man.
So.
And what was the other one? The Portal one?
Game
fuck
started.
you, Splitgate, yeah.
Oh yeah, Splitgate.
Oh,
I
well, that one it was too fast for me.
Yo, comms.
Nothing.
Anyone hear
I
anything?
ain't see- My comms are
They're
out.
A, they're A, they're A, they're A.
The wall raised.
Sakuro!
They're
Are they
right.
in yet? Are they in yet? Are they in
They're
yet?
in,
Sorry,
they're
I
in.
Yeah,
was
they are
looking at a
so
thing.
fucking good.
Fuck, my smoke is low.
Oh shit, 46 dead. I suck.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Oh, nice.
Here.
Tell me when you're ready. I'm gonna flash elbow toes.
Yeah, do it.
I got his ass.
I'm blinded.
Yeah,
I'm blinded.
you did get someone's ass.
Remaining.
Holy shit, Sakuno just
my
walked
God,
in and then
4K,
left clicked everyone. I don't know
Jesus.
what happened.
Okay.
Jesus, what happened there?
We want.
In fact, you were the only one who died.
Huh? You didn't even ask
Oh, I
for
was
it.
about to be surprised.
Hey! Let's work on our comms. We don't have to. We shouldn't have to ask, are they on? We should be hearing they are on.
I got a 4K, so I'm immune, right?
Yeah,
I can do no wrong if I get a 4K.
When you're top fragging, you can do
Yeah. You are doing fine when you
surely.
top frag.
Gotta make sure I stay there.
I'll find you.
I hear mid. Wait, I hear B?
Wait, nobody's mid.
I hear B. I hear B.
We have
I
nobody
got
mid.
No one A. Look at me coming.
They're going B.
I
They're
hear
going
no
B.
one B. I hear no one B.
I'm running to
Big on B. Big on B.
The dogging. Not in. I repeat, not in. I repeat, not in.
I'm gonna predict that they're gonna come in.
Okay.
Yell when they come in.
I hear a lot of rotations. Not gonna lie.
Okay, going back A.
I'm gonna.
They're shooting mid. They're shooting mid.
They won't stop us. They won't stop us, surely.
I see two.
Gonna do the thing that I do.
He's stuck on the right. He's tagged.
I
Nice.
got him with the nade. Got him with the nade.
One more. Was it Brimstone? Was here? Jet as well. There's two here.
What if I just like deliver them my gun?
No.
No.
I'm gonna deliver gun delivery.
They could be ciphers tapping. Could be all three. Then you walk somewhere else.
One enemy remaining.
That was
gun
there too.
Delivery service.
Spike
That
down.
was there.
Delivery. I got spike down.
Reloading.
Don't know where the last guy is though.
Neither do I.
Got spike down here. Oh, nice.
History has already forgotten
Dude, okay, it's like
We just work. We just work. You
Yeah,
know?
I'm a Valorant player.
Where did you
Just
come
wait till my new main comes out.
Are you gonna be an ISO player?
Yeah, I have to play ISO. He's my main.
Why do you have to play ISO?
Just because I feel like he's just my type of dude, you know.
Oh yeah. Wow,
Yeah.
Yes, I
Okay,
do
but
know.
we know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Arming those the
What
most,
do you
aren't
mean?
you?
I mean, he just seems like my type of character.
Just a
Oh,
little farmer.
What do you mean? He's a duelist.
Oh my god.
Be as clear.
I play duelist, you know what I mean?
I'm a god.
You're a god. You're not happy with one. You want more.
You want more?
You have eye too. Yeah.
Spike planted.
Where? What the fuck?
One ram. One on your. Yeah.
I'm so
This is
sorry.
terrible. This is terrible.
Yeah, that's alright. You did your best.
For you.
I've been hit badly. I believe I'm just.
Tykuno is one off all. He
Tykuno?
just gets
Yeah,
one
both
kill and yeah, he's got two.
Okay.
One ramp.
Go to elbow. Tykuno, go elbow now. That's not
Oh, God.
fucking elbow.
It's
That
not,
right.
It's not.
He has out, he
oh
has
my
out.
god, he's screens and on
Last
site.
player standing. One enemy remaining.
There's a
Guard,
guy
you got
looking
this.
at me aggressively.
Bonus. That was
a good.
It was a good bonus. It was a
Okay.
good bonus. I mean, it was a save.
Time to stock.
I got my guy.
You got your
Yeah, I got my guy. I got my
Did we
dude.
win that?
He got it.
Yeah.
like in the grand scheme of things. We
That
won.
sounds. I don't like clutter comms, guys. That's the most important thing. You're welcome.
Dude, that's my bad. I got owned. That's
You
not
have any
something.
trips?
I can do one here.
That's poggers. All right. I'm gonna just do this.
I'll even give. I'll put a cage down.
All right. I hear a lot B.
Yeah, mid also.
I did 114. My crosshair.
Wait,
was
did
not.
you get the wall?
I know
No,
exactly.
I did not. No, I did not. No, I did not.
Oh.
One down.
Two mid. Three mid.
Oh, there's a bunch mid.
Lily stay. Hold the ramp.
Found you.
They're going heaven. Backing up. Okay, they're here, Lily.
I want to get a gun. Hold on.
Oh, Vandal to your right. I think it's
Whatever.
Lily is.
One enemy remaining. Last
Well, if you
player
want-
standing.
She's
Spike
tagged.
down B.
She's cipher tagged as well. You see her? She's here.
Man, she left that shit on forever.
Chill. You're fine.
Dog versus dog. Dog fight.
Bring them down. 30 seconds left.
100 gifted.
Take your time. You win this.
Hey, shit, dude. Fuck. Okay.
Nice.
You're better.
I'm so much better. Oh
Guys,
my
we're
God.
actually
Okay,
better.
so question.
winning.
No, I don't want to hear it from someone who's bottom fragging, okay?
Oh my god.
Bro, Jesus.
Oh my
shit, no, I'm
god.
only 1 kill ahead, bro. I'm on
Well,
thin ice.
technically, well, let's. You have double his kills technically,
Oh,
if
I'm
you
on
want to
thin ice,
put it
guys.
that way.
He said, fucking, he muted his mic, he bought a judge.
He muted his mic and bought a judge.
No, I'm
Wait,
pretty
this
sure
is
he's
how
playing
it.
WoW.
Ignite this place.
This is how he
Not
hit
playing
Ascendant
WoW.
back in the day.
Get out of my way.
Hey, I'm running.
2A.
Looking quite like an A. I heard his ropes. Oh no, that's
They're
Scarra.
going ramp. There's a lot going ramp.
Wall raised.
Oh. Two ramp. One more. Dead knife. Dead
Going in,
knife.
going in.
Two more.
Oh, he's got knives. He's got
Two more.
knives.
Two ramp. Two
Two,
ramp.
two heaven. Two heaven.
Ah, beat your ass.
Charges.
Yep.
Stealing
Oh,
sight.
no, Scarra's dead.
One enemy
Last one
remaining.
on ramp.
Shadows traveling.
I'm scared, I'm scared.
If you do scared, do you think you want B?
Holy shit.
am
Oh. And now he's no longer bottom fragging.
Wow.
Oh.
Yelling is unlocked.
Can I get a purchase from one of my wealthy friends?
I need a kill. I need a kill. I need a kill.
Oh, be patient here, be patient.
Yeah.
Is this-
I'm bloodthirsty.
Are they nerfing Judge?
Can you like fuck on them so they don't notice me on this box?
What's
Little
okay?
tiny
yeah,
baby
I'm gonna,
rat I am, little baby boy.
I'm gonna poop on them so hard. Honey.
Yeah, well, you can
You're
distract
gonna
them from somewhere else. You don't have to
Poop
like
on them.
go
I'm
in or
gonna
anything.
poop on them.
Okay.
These guys don't be.
They're B. They're B.
My ultimate
Or
is ready.
mid or
There's smoke mid.
Alright.
There's a lot of sounds mid.
Alright, giving you guys some smokes.
A lot of sounds mid.
Shit.
So many. There's like 5 of them mid. Okay. I did a lot of damage and plus
I hear
1
them
kill.
heaven, I hear them
Okay,
heaven.
okay.
Yeah, you're gonna kill him here, Lily.
Fuck them
You're gonna fuck him up. Fuck him.
One enemy remaining.
Most of them are quite wounded.
Spike down.
He's
B.
blind, he's blind.
He's blind,
Blind.
he's blind.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
God, I hit him in the
Nice,
head.
nice.
Movie accuracy never. Oh really?
I don't know if that mid rush was the plan.
Oh
for
well, I
this.
find them.
Yeah.
I kill
And they got
Really
it. but
slow
they
mid
just-
rush after
Yeah.
killing you
Someone
and then
get
doing
this.
nothing for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, they didn't really. Yeah.
All right, I need a really guy who dies a lot. I need a
That's
man
me.
who dies a lot to die so I can res you.
I have a lot of deaths. I'll
Can
tell you.
someone please buy me a gun?
Can someone
Oh.
get this?
Please buy me a gun
Thank
too.
Wait, I'm poor.
Michael came back.
Oh, Michael. Yeah, yeah.
All right, go for it. Go for it.
Why do we have
They're
4 fuckers A, man?
They're not here.
Are they
No
here?
They're not
no
B.
one A. No one A.
We're
Wait,
chilling, we're
nobody's
chilling.
mid.
Wait, what?
We're chilling. Yeah. Just
Oh,
hold
wait.
hold the mid
Oh,
push.
yeah,
Hold the
they're
mid
playing
push.
default. They might be mid then.
I'm gonna keep peeking here.
Yeah, no one's ARP. Wow, it's definitely. Oh, they were slow.
Oh,
Scarra,
hold it,
perfect
hold it, hold
timing.
it.
Perfect timing.
Barrier created. Your
Just
duty
don't
is
blind
not
res me or
over.
I'll die.
Oh,
know
there's a hole in the wall.
Oh,
What are you
that
guys
was your
doing?
wall.
They broke my trip mid. They
That
broke my
was
trip
your
heaven.
wall. What do you mean?
Michael, there's 1 B heaven, yeah? Nice.
Alright. Wait, one's planning B? What the fuck?
Okay.
I walked slow
planted.
to B.
What just happened? Lily, 2 on your right.
Last player
Shit,
standing.
I panicked. 74 jet.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Just walked up. Oh.
I'm just happy to be here playing with my friends.
Yeah.
Wow. This is
I
what
rarely
happened.
ever get a play
This
with
is what
anyone.
happened.
How did he get all the way up there? What the fuck?
They have courage, but no one.
We need to be
Hey, guys,
holding.
you know
We
what
should not
noise
have
this
4A. What the fuck was that?
I'm going A now, okay? Guys?
Thanks
Guys,
for
I'm
the
going A
communication.
now, okay?
Guys, I'm top fragging, so I'm immune, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're
Any-
fine,
That's
Cypher,
fair.
now.
Oh
Damn it.
God.
I bet you wish you were immune, huh?
No, I'm bottom frag. I deserve to be yelled at.
No, no.
Are you gonna wall this guy?
I just got
I'll
lucky
see if I
once.
can hear him.
Sounds mid.
I've got your trail.
Smoking for you, smoking. A little bit resistance. That's coming from B.
Yeah. They're like mid-ish.
Sounds like mid.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck, I got
You here?
Oh, this dude was lurking here. I can't
Alright,
believe he
watch-
walks
watch
up
heaven,
on
watch
that.
heaven.
The dude was lurking on A. Lurking on A.
Here.
One no heaven.
Okay.
I cannot. Oh. You have it? One drop. One drop.
Haha, even with your stim, dumbass.
Spike down B.
Spike's there.
I know.
They're chilling.
Careful, Lily.
Lily,
Spike's
watch
right
your left. Let's see you.
Last player standing.
Shadows traveling.
One was heaven.
Spike down B.
Drop.
Watch them run.
Oh, my heart. Oh, my poor heart. Oh, wow.
30 seconds left.
Go, you can do it.
Spike planted.
What?
Ooh,
Wow.
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 Was he on the left?
Yeah,
he
that
left. I
was.
don't know, when he got there.
If you must fall, then fall near
His
me.
teammate smoked him off.
Yes, I'm poor. I'm poor.
Alright,
I'm
He
happy.
eco.
just like walked it. That's crazy.
Yeah. Equal.
Alright, Saikuno's gonna go ham on
Here.
this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cheese with this
I can,
stinger,
I'll
and if
drop
it doesn't
out.
work too bad.
Alright, I'll back you up. Lily,
I'm
throw your
looking
eye.
down.
Throw your
I
eye
see.
instead. Just over
Throw,
this.
throw it like
I
there
fight.
if you can, like
Throw
there.
it.
Oh, there's one B. At least.
Oh, that's interesting. Usually
Headshot.
there are ciphers here.
Nice shot, Scarra.
I'm gonna lurk through the sewer pipe.
Here.
A or B.
One gun here, but I can't get
I
it.
want that gun so bad.
He got it, he
so
got it.
bad.
Keep stalling, keep stalling, keep stalling.
3 minutes.
Keep stalling,
no
keep stalling.
way He lived
minutes,
an
4 minutes, 4
instant
minutes, 4 minutes.
headshot me. Okay,
Bring
okay.
them down.
They're all in
Just
markets
love
though.
that, dude.
I honestly got a flank. They just tanked my bullets because I had a stinger.
They're gonna fucking.
This guy
Lily,
is
one's in
ultra
sewers.
lit.
I smoke it for you.
What? 147! What the fuck? They came
They're
back.
so low. They're so low. Our teammates
Are
have
they
got
for
him.
real? Oh, they're going ropes, Lily.
Last player standing.
Okay,
Michael's
3 of
got him,
them are
Michael's
one body for the Marshall.
Oh, yeah?
Jet is 55.
Yeah.
The sky also 115. Just if you hit her anyway. Oh,
Close.
it was close.
She was not. Well, I don't know. I didn't.
Yeah, Sky was the one who
Again,
wasn't.
again.
one.
The fear is a trap,
Okay,
and
good.
the track is fresh.
You know
That's
that was
actually
a save round. Like this is.
Yep.
Okay.
That
They're
was
playing
just-
default. We need a hold, no pushes.
Hold no pushes. You
Hold,
got
no
it.
pushes.
Yeah, they are doing that.
Hey, Toast.
What?
You got the same kills and assists.
Okay.
Oh.
I just want to point that out.
All right.
Yeah.
Hold. No fancy plays, please. Some step speed. Some step speed.
Fire in the
Oh, kick me.
B. That's B.
Come B.
Oh, I cannot walk.
One guy's right under us in hell. 1 minute. Let's fight him. Let's go.
Way he running headshot me. That's crazy.
Oh, two coming up
Okay.
heaven.
1, 2, 3, swing. Thank you.
Two heaven.
Yeah. Got it. Scanning scars. Swing this.
Never mind.
No one having right now.
Flashing. Find the box.
One box. Got the trade?
Anyone on box?
One day.
No one on box anymore. One by box now.
Player standing.
Oh, he fucking swung out.
One enemy remaining.
My fucking spray went fucking everywhere.
Oh, pretty good.
Their
Close.
teeth will chatter
It's
in
so
the
hard.
cold and
What do
dark.
I do?
Okay. No. They ulted us off of site. They cannot do that again. They literally can't do it again.
I want to talk.
Yeah.
But
So
I have to say it.
I'm saving.
yeah, I'm saving too. Yeah, same.
Fuck all.
Oh,
Yeah, they haven't really gone B. I'm gonna stand here with a shorty. Wait, are you doing the same thing?
Oh yeah. Actually, I want to get my smoke in a sec.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Get out of my way.
I mean, they haven't gone B. They got it.
Satisfied. My
This guy is so fucking bad.
Oh, they know where we are.
Oh shit! 55 brimstone. God damn it.
So they going.
They're
They're
So what-
on rampage.
Yeah.
Alright, peek his ass.
Dude, wait.
Flash,
Can you take this? Can you take this? Oh. But
Last player
How?
standing.
How can you fucking see me? You're blind at distance.
Yeah, I got this. Don't even.
I like that.
you have the airplane gun?
I stole it from Toast's dead body.
Oh, this gun.
What? Oh my god. He was,
Back at wheels.
he just
Back
knew
to
where I
Steve,
was
but thanks for your
coming from.
subbing.
Okay.
Man, we got fucking hold, man.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, but we were winning this game.
Wait a minute. What happened though? What happened?
Oh, that was eco, so doesn't
We
really matter.
got this.
Okay.
Wait, I
We'll
wanna
just
We
hold
still,
it.
we still win this easily.
Hold our shit.
Okay, no, I'll go yuppie.
We hold it. So now they have no ults, and we're not on an eco. So we'll just hold it. And we win
Yeah.
Like
this
first,
round.
first thing, the jitters, get jitters.
Jaders out.
I also only play Sage on this map.
Heard mid. Heard
That
mid.
I would see fucking no one.
Careful.
Angry
There's
bro on the left here. Angry bro.
Cypher is definitely their main carry. Nice, Scarra.
I even
Did I hit
died. Oh, you
9?
got him. Nice. I think it's just him. Usually he lurks.
Flight of-
What?
1-7.
Their Raze is dead. I think I killed him.
Don't worry, Lily.
They found my wire.
Your duty is not over.
Dude is lurking in the
Your
vents
train.
still. He's right up on vents. Right up.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Where is it? I'll go. I'm going.
Planter and B
One
heaven.
enemy remaining.
Planter B heaven.
You have team advantage. Numbers advantage.
Use your utils. Check the
He's
back.
running it. He ran into garage. Or behind the pillar. I don't know.
Dog it. Dog.
He was last seen in this area.
Check right and check left. Check
Hold
right
on,
and check
I'm gonna
left.
walk
Okay,
more
just assume he's on the left with the knob. One more, Lily. One more.
Okay, Lily, just hold
Stall,
it for
stall,
him.
Yeah. You did do it.
That wall was so bad.
You're that
Okay.
guy. I can't wait for you to use that op next round.
Aww.
Switching sides.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Man. That was tough.
Tough crowd.
Yeah,
Okay, they don't have a sage, so we fuck 'em mid. We fuck 'em mid.
Alright.
Okay.
We take Bevan.
Wait. Michael, request?
Request what?
The gun you just bought.
Ah, fuck yeah, dude.
Oh my, that's
Okay,
loud.
you're the entry.
You ain't gonna regret this, brother.
Let's walk it. Let's walk.
Alright.
And Michael will prep flash. Do you have flash? Yeah.
Did you? Yeah.
For
I'll
B
wait for you
heaven
guys.
later. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Pick. What the fuck?
Infinite,
Someone
man.
would be there.
Blind.
I
Wait,
thought
on the right. Blind left. Oh,
Bro's crazy. Bro's
What?
crazy.
My God.
Spike down mid.
Reloading. Healing you.
Hold it. One more in the smoke.
Vents.
Play together.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
I have the spike.
One enemy
Enemy
remaining.
down.
Good luck.
Where is he?
No
No
idea.
idea.
Owie, ow. He caught me.
He set up B, so you can go A, I think.
You can chill.
Oh! He's falling.
Oh, wow.
Go.
Where is he?
No, that's from behind.
Yeah, there. It was
He's
from
CT now.
there-ish. Oh yeah, you faked him out somehow.
Oh.
Careful.
Wait.
He might
Yeah,
route.
he's running. He's
No.
running to A.
He might route back. You're walking. You have 40 seconds. Chill.
$30 seconds left.
That's bravery.
Spike planted.
You're smarter. You're better.
Yeah. Just play off.
Nah, he's
There's a trip on your right.
on the.
Just
by your
be
foot.
careful of that, okay? You don't have to do anything about it. Just remember it.
Where are you? Mark
Nice.
one.
Nice.
I like it.
You drop.
What?
Wow.
That doesn't even seem right. That just doesn't.
Wow,
That
wait,
just doesn't
he
seem right.
double headshotted you or something?
Wait, Jesus.
Well, I didn't even see him. He didn't even shoot twice.
Yeah, I only saw the one.
Let them try to get through me.
That's crazy. That's all good.
It's okay.
All right, we just equal this.
No daijoubu.
Okay, look, this might be spicy, but I'm thinking we Stinger rush.
Oh, the
We
classic.
Stinger rush
I like
on A.
this.
We Stinger rush on A. Wait, we need
All right.
Sekuno.
We're Stinger rushing.
Yeah. Come on.
Hey,
You
I like
guys
it.
are
Let's walk.
crazy.
Let's walk. We need to wait for
Okay.
Sekuno.
I'm gonna
Don't
smoke
peek. Don't
around.
peek. Don't peek. Don't peek.
Actually, where do you guys want to go?
We let's take heaven.
Okay, I'm gonna smoke our cross.
Let's peek it.
Reloading.
Chase.
Charge.
Chase. Whoa. Nice. One more.
One enemy.
Nice. Take side. Plan it.
Sights clear. Sights
Go.
clear.
Okay, play together. Play together. Oh, seriously, play together. He's in heaven now. He's in heaven. You got this. Nice. Free Vandal. Get the guns. Get the guns.
You got this guy? Okay.
Wash up, man. Keep fighting.
Nice. Free Vandal. Let's fucking go.
Wow, we did that. Wow.
That was big. They didn't see that shit coming.
I didn't.
Wait, they don't have money now. They don't have money.
Yeah, they're fucking broke. Only the Brim, and he plays A. Their best player is Cypher, who plays B. So we try and avoid Cypher. Cypher's most likely not going to be mid. So working mid is always good.
3 mid last.
I have your back.
one. Was it
Here.
3 mid?
They did put a lot of mid. Eh? Wait for
Get him away
Sekuno.
You
Nice
fought
Scarra.
well.
Holy shit.
Scarra, I want that gun.
Oh, Jet's in there.
You're not getting that one's really risky.
I can smoke offense.
I hear one more on site, I think.
Let's go left. All right, 1, 2, 3, peeking.
Wall raised.
They're gonna try and push us from vents
he's
later.
He's on ramp. He's on ramp. If you guys want to go.
Yeah.
Cypher's here somewhere.
Someone's in the.
Spill out.
Yeah.
Help me.
Watching your back. Okay. Need some space here.
One looking a bit.
Careful for the raise.
One looking a bit. Got the race.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
I got the fight.
He's pretty good.
Where's Cypher? Do you know?
No.
Could be B main. Yep.
Flawless.
Got his ass.
Nice.
We're winning. We're winning.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
So do we just force anyway this round, or is it?
I think you force for sure. Those could stay on. Yeah.
Like they don't even have. Most of them don't have full buy.
Oh
packs.
wait, they're on a bad buy.
Maybe you're okay.
Some of them can. About half of them can.
Let's
Swap me.
mid a little more.
Okay.
They are mine.
Wait, why?
Because you have more armor. You go in now.
Yeah,
Careful,
I'll just
someone
walk
always
in
plays
and
ramp.
kill him. I'll just walk.
Yeah,
in
someone
and
plays
kill
ramp.
him.
Someone plays ramp.
One's jump spotting mid.
Don't see anybody.
One's ramp. One's ropes.
Oh,
Wow,
that is
smoke
such a weird
ramp.
smoke. Why would they?
What? This guy has a
Yeah,
fucking.
that is such a
Guy
weird
has a
smoke.
judge here or something.
Yeah, like
Where are you?
Brim was mid.
Yeah, they're.
They have a lot. A.
B, yeah.
Let's go somewhere else. Let's move a little bit.
Reloading.
Oh my fucking god, he's on the left side, 80.
Right to you.
One more. Help.
What side?
Right side. It's a Vandal, yeah. Oh, he's gone.
Oh.
Last player standing.
120.
On the right.
Spike
Left,
down
right.
mid.
Oh, sorry, Rams.
I have this.
That's
No
unfortunate.
way.
That's
This
just
guy just has the
unfortunate.
perfect timing. The perfect timing.
It's just unfortunate.
You know,
Pry open
it's
their
okay.
minds.
Couples
Find
are
the
saved.
weakness.
We got it.
They pushed out mid.
Yeah, that
that
was a save.
time.
That was a save round. We have.
Take this.
They do get a little antsy. They do push a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna push mid like that, we can just hard force A, and then fight flank later.
I like
All
Cypher was here last round.
Okay.
I hit him 3 times. 3 times. He's like 20 life.
Find you.
Let's go on. Cypher's here. Cypher's here.
Oh,
Good place
Cypher's here?
Them down. Reloading.
Yeah, Brim. Got him.
Oh my god, brother.
We can chill. We can chill. Nice. Going. I'll think. Whoa, don't go through. Don't go through. Wait for all. Wait for all. All 3 here. Go. Leave. All 3.
Someone is A.
Go. Just go through vents. Sorry, sewers. Just go.
I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna
6
stay. I'm gonna
seconds.
stay.
I'm
There
gonna
you go.
Yeah, smoke stairs.
flash. I only have 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Okay, I can smoke it. I can smoke it.
Alright.
One's gonna be in there.
I'm gonna flash
Someone stay and hold it.
Two are in
Two.
there. I'm gonna-
One
I'm
outside.
playing
One outside.
it.
Dead. Both
Wait.
vents.
I'm
Both vents.
holding.
I'm going over.
Oh, okay, sorry. 40 on raise.
Lily, play CT. Yeah, just chill.
Ult.
She's coming from heaven. Run. She might come to you. Okay, they know where I am.
One enemy remaining.
Last one pillar. Last one pillar.
Player standing.
40.
It's okay, you're chill.
Chill.
Still waiting. I'll find you. Marked one.
He's on. Half. Nice.
Good patience. Good patience.
You're better.
Prepare yourselves.
Oh, I only hit her
We
twice. I
fight
thought I hit her
once
3
again.
times. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, that Cypher switched to A, so it's kind of weird. We could.
Yeah,
Let's see if we can find the Cypher A.
It's
If
Kevin's
he's here. We
a lot
can
of
we
times.
can make another plan.
Get.
I want nuggets.
Oh, you guys can die. I have ulti.
Alright, let's walk. Keep holding.
Do you want me to eye
No,
heaven?
no. Sunny. I'm gonna camp. Oh, Cypher's here. He's stuck on the right. Let's leave.
Yeah.
Let's walk
I'm
and
gonna
leave.
smoke a Cover going out.
Okay,
Careful,
so
they could
right
have
now
zone.
they could be completely pushed up. So we need to re-clear everything mid.
Oh, I'm not clear first. I have ulti. You guys leave, man.
Do you want me to eye?
Shadows traveling.
Heard something?
On the left. They're peeking out. They're gonna peek again.
Jesus, the
On the right. Middle. Peek with him. Nice.
Spike
Could be two.
down mid.
Cover going out.
You need the spike. I'll flash left. Actually, no, I won't.
Jet dash left. Cypher was
Last
playing
player
A.
standing.
Sewer.
30 seconds left.
Surely he can't just.
Jet might be on your left.
Ooh.
What a flank.
They just have the timing on.
I'm down to play default. Fuck these guys. Or just rush B. I'm down to do that as well.
We could just rush in. What are they gonna do if we just rush in?
I kind of like that as long as the Cypher doesn't stop here.
Yeah. Also, the Raze has ult here.
The raise is scary.
Let's start this party.
Maybe we can bait something mid.
Oh, I'm taking the shot here.
All right.
Raises vent.
Charge. I'm just gonna walk in aggressively.
There's a brim in
this grenade there.
Check on your heaven.
Let's help Cyclone. Help him.
Go in. I'm gonna wall the weird way.
Go put a plant along them.
How is this guy so good?
Okay.
Spike down B.
Someone just jumped down.
Okay. One tail. Yeah. I need to watch flank for a bit.
I have the spike.
Okay, that's 2 hits.
3 bullets. You guys can go A.
Like, oh. Did he
Oh,
jump past my
fucking-
trip?
Always fucking flanks. Rat. Oh, did he?
Make their fear your weapon.
I think he
Or
did.
use a gun.
I was thinking about it. He's such a rat flanker.
I need to save.
Yeah. That's our last save round, I think.
Yeah.
I'm also poor.
Jumped up from the box and jumped past. That's insane. Let's try and sell an A.
Oh, should I go B?
No, sell an A.
Oh, I'm selling.
I'm gonna sell it so hard that I'm actually just going in.
I know exactly.
Okay, this guy was inside of the smoke.
Oh, also with Jet with the op garage.
Ooh.
Or is that mid?
No, it's A. He ulted out A. Ulted out A.
There's a gun here. One's fence.
Camera taken out.
Bring them down.
Last player standing.
Ah, yeah, I didn't hit her the first time.
My
I
God.
just missed my shots.
You know, honestly, B looks kind of good.
Even with numbers, anything can still
Yeah,
happen.
yeah, fuck
Remember
it.
that.
Let's barrel in.
I'm kind of
Alright.
down.
Let's go B.
Yeah.
Boy.
Do you want to plant Lily here, or do you
What
want me?
util we got? We got some util.
Up to you.
Okay. I will. You will
You want me
plant.
to plant?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'll try to plant her alone.
Hey, Jet plays on site.
No,
usually.
Sometimes you
Also,
can't get the
Sky,
log.
Sky plays here, so careful for her flashes.
Okay.
I'm gonna smoke heaven and.
Watch your fault.
Oh, yeah.
I've got your trail. I'll
Flashing.
find you.
On the boxes on the left.
I don't know if we're going.
Sky. Shit would have seen it.
Nice.
How is this jet so good?
Oh, those
Yeah,
Scarra
I mean,
this
I
one.
got
Nice.
one.
3v3, 3v3.
I'm gonna out this. I'm gonna out this. Get ready to leave. Get ready to leave, Lily. One
I'm
flank. One flank. Go through mid. Go through mid. On the left.
On your left.
Oh, fuck me, man.
We'll catch
I
them.
did 34. I did 34.
All right, Lily, quiet.
She's fine.
Reloading.
Should I plant?
No. We don't know where Cypher's.
He sees you. He sees you.
What the fuck?
Cypher's close to you, Lily. I'm pretty sure. Careful.
Spike planted. Where are we? Still waiting.
Yep. Heaven.
One heaven.
Destroyed.
One enemy
Nice,
nice.
remaining.
Oh, ramp. I'm not peeking.
He has to come to Lily.
Is it planted for?
No. Nice go. Let's go.
Nice.
Going to leave a scar. My
Oh.
ult is ready.
Good kills. Good
He
kills.
gets. Good job. Good job.
One dream ends, another begins.
I have ult now.
Oh. Dude, I can't believe the guy was opping here.
Here.
And then I thought you blinded him and he just killed you. I'm like,
I can buy. I can buy.
Can someone get this?
oh, get Michael. Get Michael. I don't
Oh, I can buy one. I can buy one.
Can someone get this?
Who do I
Thank
buy?
you.
I think we can all get. Thank you.
Alright. Okay.
Alright, let's do a pushing and pulling. Cypher and Raze are their main fraggers.
They're so scary.
We're scarier.
Mid. There's one who ran into ramps, I think. One mid.
Here.
Let's walk up with me, Scar.
Scar just flashed.
He had an op. He had an op. he hit
One
me.
flank out. One flank out.
I can go away. I'm gonna go away.
What?
Wait, I'm going. I'm going.
The robot. Like 116 on the offer, but then the robot got me.
I'm gonna walk here.
Oh, in the vents.
Want me to...
I'm gonna go up. Hold on. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna go back to that.
Marked one.
Just show.
One
We're looking
mid,
B.
yeah,
We're
yeah.
looking B, Lily.
Okay.
We're pushing and pulling. We're pushing and pulling.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you then.
One ropes. It's one. Push up. Blinded. Ropes
So
on the
low,
right.
so
Ropes
low.
on the right.
I'm rezzing and I'm a swing.
Protect him, protect him, protect him.
I'm alive.
So what I miss?
I said we go B.
30 seconds left.
You know there's one ropes. What's ropes? You have 25 seconds to make a play.
Oh.
Push together, push together. Nice.
Oh my god, this
The only...
Yes, go. Oh.
Michael has ult as well. Give him the bomb.
Where are you? Dropping spike.
Go for it,
Yeah, I'm
Michael.
going.
10 seconds left.
He ran around.
One's coming CT already. Okay, Lily, you're gonna catch this one. He's gonna cross you, okay? On your left, on your left.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
That makes 3.
I think the other one is already
CT
screens.
guy?
Yeah, it's already
50
you.
screens.
Okay. Oh, here I'm on site. Yeah.
Lily, you can go. He's tapping bomb. Nice. Good catch.
Good teamwork. Good teamwork. Sorry, Lily. A lot of pushing and pulling.
One of my cameras
We're-
is broken.
Nice all.
Wait.
This should least go through Drastic Strange. I don't know. I'm not tuned in. I'm
Oh,
definitely
and
just an observer.
Raider. Oh. Can you buy me?
Do they have enough for another op? I don't think they're gonna buy it though.
Just gonna hold this.
Oh, my camera is broken. Damn. We do some pushing. We do some pulling.
Careful.
Do a crazy swing.
Cypher removed.
Nice catch.
Jet's here with ult. She's ass though. She's ass.
Got it.
The Jet's kind of.
We can rework. Nice, Scarra.
Good rework.
The Jet.
Nice.
Oh, he's on the
that's
op?
op.
They do have 2 ops.
Bro, these guys, how did they buy op with this goal?
Oh, he killed.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What
Nice,
the
nice.
fuck?
There's 2 here. Let's run A. Run A. Run A is through the back.
Yeah, run A. The one's on B.
Wait.
This is an opper, so if one of us goes down, just
Did they
trade
not
it.
buy
It's a
armor
raise with an
here?
op.
Okay.
I'm gonna smoke our ramps.
Yeah.
Be there. And
Okay.
then I'm gonna look screens with my op. Actually, I'm gonna TP across.
I'm gonna camera this.
Okay, I'm holding
Nothing?
it. Actually, let me smoke.
I'm gonna run through because they wouldn't expect it, surely.
You heard
I'm
one.
planting back left.
I think you heard one events. I think.
Yeah,
you
one
heard
one
events,
just
yeah,
pushed out a B main.
What?
What happened? What
How
happened?
is this guy that good? He's got a Vandal now, by the way.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Okay. It's the last guy who pushed out B main. Could be ropes. Could be
Yeah, I
ramps.
wanna watch this.
Wait, triple
Oh, I
peek
heard
mid.
reload.
Oh,
Lily,
no,
Lily,
they were
hold with me,
rotating.
Lily.
See, I heard him on the rope.
Yeah, on the ropes, on the hold. High low with me. Wait, Lily, wait.
Oh, she's going for it.
Motherfucker,
He's
leave.
definitely down to your
He
left.
grabbed the op and left, eh?
No way. He's
You can go
saving
for it.
this.
You can go for it.
No, no,
Chase.
Chase. You get both chase. You get both chase.
Chase. No, there's 2 of us.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But he tried to save the op for his teammate.
What the heck?
That is crazy.
He's here.
Match point.
That's okay.
Party's over.
Wait. Oh, they actually. Okay.
I'll buy you Sekuno. Or I guess anyone can.
Can I get a drop?
Thanks. Wow, guys, look at how even our scores are.
Wait, can someone grab a rifle and throw it on the ground?
Oh?
Tusk, can you grab a rifle and throw it on the ground?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for him.
Yeah. Nah, it is. They do got an op, which is spooky.
Let me cam to mid angle.
I feel like it's like a 90% chance.
That's off A.
I hit him.
I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna do a thing.
Yeah,
Didn't work on him.
Oh, that was
I think we look good. It's cool.
There's
We
a
know
guy
they're
running up
You
to
know
me.
where
Can
their
you
op is.
shoot
Well,
a few
flank.
times?
Got him. I'm watching ropes with the op, so.
Reloading.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, one ropes. He doesn't see me.
Bring them down.
Nice. Last two there. We're going B.
Go, we're
Nice
going. I
kill,
hit the
Scarra.
jet like 3 times. I hit the jet a few times.
We are looping.
Yeah, you're fine.
Got him.
Okay.
What a good game by everyone.
Holy shit.
Good girl.
This was
Oh,
such
there
a fucking
arcs to
close
that. That was a
game.
story.
That was
my
a
God.
spicy game.
That was a good game. I like
Okay.
That was scary.
Yeah, good win, everyone. Good win. We haven't lost yet.
Oh, I'm gold.
Oh my god.
Hey, nice,
Oh.
nice.
I am.
Oh my god,
gonna
when
go
I
play
press
some
career, it's all green. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, this is just
Oh.
crazy. This is so crazy and different.
I like this team because we win.
Yeah, me too. I don't think I
Yeah,
would talk to you
same.
guys if we weren't winning in Valorant.
Ooh.
We are on a nice win streak. It's really nice. I'm like trying to figure out how the
Hey
fucking.
Lulu, do you know the feeling of when you're like, oh, I'm hungry, and you realize you have half of a Jersey Mike sandwich left in the fridge?
Oh my
And
god,
it's like,
don't tell me.
I just had that feeling, dude. It's so good.
Wait, you have Jersey Mike's?
No,
I'm hungry.
Dude,
Italian, no tomato,
the-
extra red wine.
The
vinegar.
amount of times I've heard Lily say Jersey Mike's recently is a little too much.
Yeah, more than the average.
Did I
More
have
than
it
should
4
be.
days in a row?
Oh.
Maybe.
My God.
Who's counting though? Am I right?
I can't believe you do the
True.
same thing too. Do you?
Yep.
You do, right?
Yep.
That's
Yep.
gross.
Yep.
Yeah, that is just crazy.
She gets the turkey provolone, no provolone.
Yeah, hold the provolone.
I like
God.
a cheeseburger, no cheese.
I know.
Wait, there's no cheese in it?
It's good, I swear.
turkey
That-
provolone with no provolone.
Sounds crazy. Yeah, that's.
I mean, you don't just have a turkey sandwich, you know? It's turkey and provolone.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, that's.
I'm so hungry, but
I'm sure if you said turkey sandwich, they'd know what you meant.
but it's not on the Uber Eats menu, right?
Mm.
Yeah. I wonder if it's worth getting food right now.
Oh, I'm about to get some. Yeah, you've made me hungry.
Dude, it's because of Worlds that I've been staying up so late. Like, I'm literally up till 5 a.m. every day.
That's awesome.
There,
Which worlds?
League
League
Worlds.
of Legends?
Yeah, the new format this year has been really nice.
Oh, are you gonna go to Korea to watch
No.
the League of
Heck
Legends work?
no. 5 a.m. with a DJ.
just
Yep,
unbiased.
that's
Why'd they
me.
cover your flight and hotel?
No, because I would. No.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
I gotta go to BlizzCon first.
Toast, you going to BlizzCon?
Possibly.
Oh. Have you guys? What do you guys? Oh, hardcore WoW, I guess.
No, I'm just going for fun. I'm bored of life.
I feel like I hear this a lot.
Hear what?
The boredom.
Boredom.
Hungry. Do I get food? No.
If you're hungry, you
Get
should
it,
check
get
out that
it.
video I posted.
Okay.
Get the food. Get the food.
What video?
What is this?
Well, I'm good. Hope you've been doing well. I don't ignore the. I haven't shaved, but I've been sick. I was sick off TwitchCon, so I'm shaving tomorrow, which is the last day before
Oh God.
our party.
I checked when you see the video of the kid.
Okay, well, so I'm pretty good. I'm done.
It's
but
above Weevil
I was
hard tack.
just.
Wait, I just saw
No,
that
no.
one today.
Swarm as garbage. I think
Oh,
it's
yeah,
pretty
that's
good.
easy.
You see the K-pop Overwatch kid? Did you say Overwatch? Hold on. Hold on. Overwatch? Hold on. Overwatch?
That's messed up, man.
That reminds me of this old man. Have you seen the old man?
Which old man? That's not old man.
This one. I linked it.
Ooh. Oh, GG's. That was a brain last name? Oh, GG's. Bro, I was sweating that whole game, man. In terms of like actual sweat. That was such a lucky game by me. It's so bad. That game was so lucky. I'm telling you, like if you look at all my games, that's like the only time. Moves Scar would just play City Pop. Oh, okay. You have a problem with my music? I got something for you. Hold on. I'm gonna put on some bangers right now. Hold up. I don't need to eat a Christian cha-cha again. Wait, you know what? Like I see this public playlist. Chad Christian chants. This playlist gotta be bomb, right? What song is this? It's like the song is the Seraphim's collab.
Match found.
Why is this Chad? What the fuck? It's from Byzantine Hymns. It's League. No, it's Overwatch. It's even worse.
Ooh, Haven.
Top 100 Christian music? I gotta go. Oh, it's Haven. Wait, this is an awesome map.
Oh, Haven.
Haven. Eso se have to go to Haven. Fuck, dude. I'm thinking we need to figure out some like fucking like set pieces now since we're like a competitive Valorant team.
I think, yeah. No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
some like
yeah.
utility plays, you know. Sky, who's good here?
Oh, some set plays?
Wait, is this
Yeah,
the
yeah,
map
we need
with
some set
three?
plays.
This has 3 things, right?
Yeah, 3 things.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we have an initiator. And what if we have someone who also gave great information? Wait a second, what are you playing?
Like Phoenix?
Select
Yeah.
your agent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Phoenix gives lots of information. Like when I run in and die.
Wherever they run, I will.
Oh, what the fuck is this comp?
Yo,
better comp,
it's pretty
even
good
better.
Is this a
actually.
bad comp though?
Wait, it went from like okay, bad to like pretty good.
All right.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
Okay, I don't like this music. I don't hold on
I'm
a second.
listening.
I'm gonna keep looking. I'm gonna keep looking.
Okay. I am like Joe DeBozo on Breach. Except I don't get kills, but I make the funny face.
What is this?
Lily, can I ask for one request?
As long as you ask it really nicely.
Okay. Well, when you send your
Sova,
clone
look
in,
after yourself.
it's not a
Already
Sova
lost
drone,
an eye for
okay? You can still do things. You don't have to watch your clone walk in, you know.
My clone ain't
Ain't Sova drone. No, no.
Oh
You
my
walk
God,
in
ooh,
with you.
I didn't know that. Okay, alright. Since you asked so nicely.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to lower the music or else I can't hear my teammates. All right.
Let's do B. Let's do B. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna smoke off left and right, and then we're gonna plant for main, and then we're gonna just
And
fight main.
I will dart
Right
back
here.
for you. Perfect.
sound
Okay,
good to
okay.
me, man.
Rush
Our set
with
play?
me.
Our
Rush
set
with me.
play?
Yeah,
Set
set play,
Let's do
set play. Rush with me. Rush with me.
Let's play.
Yeah, yo, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Keep it out. Keep it out. Keep it out. Plant.
Yeah,
Take side. Take side.
Teach him a lesson.
Take side.
I've been shocked. I've been shocked.
Actually, push left with me. Push left with
can't
me.
see,
Once
I
once
can't
this is
see.
down, push left with me.
Bitch!
Shot done.
You hear them flanking out of A? They're flanking out of A. Watch window, watch window.
Help me, please. Help me. Billy, you're the best. You're the best. You're the fucking best.
Hey, 30.
Akuno, I think he's looking at me. Oh shit, out of garage.
Flag.
Bro, how did he
standing.
tank a headshot? He tanked. Wait, how did he have a ghost and armor?
I
thought
think
you
they were
couldn't-
both here and here.
How did this guy have a ghost plus armor? That's illegal.
Fake
That's illegal.
teleport.
They're gonna come in from mid. Yeah, both of them. Good luck.
Time for 30. Hit for 30.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
That's
Okay.
crazy, actually.
How the fuck was there 3 guys mid and no one dead mid?
I'm top fragging, so I'm
No,
gonna
Lily,
do
you
this.
did fine.
Oh,
You were the only other person on site with me.
I missed my headshot
Yeah,
outside.
yell at them. Yell at
I
all
actually
of them.
did headshot him. He
Fist
just
through that
tanked it.
omen's face. Can you even punch a ghost?
Well, surely we win this
I'm
round.
doing it.
Surely.
Yeah, what were you guys doing, huh?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
God.
Okay,
shot him,
come.
man. I
Listen,
shot him,
come.
I swear.
We're stinger rushing for this. We're stinger rushing.
Okay.
We're stinger rushing through garage.
Alright, I'm gonna stun the whole of it, so don't run into
Yeah,
my
yeah.
stun. I'm gonna do it right away. So
I'm gonna stim.
Stim
but
beacon
don't
here.
run into it.
I ran into it. Go.
Left.
Oh,
What? Nobody's checking. What the?
Oh, I did.
Yeah, we used Stinger for that too, huh?
Shit. We just got
Dude, who was first then? Come on.
Wait, I literally checked, and then he double killed me and the second person.
The scraps of Scarra's skull bones went into my skull and killed me.
Oh, fuck.
I was gonna close.
So we gotta save now, right?
Yeah, we have to save.
For next.
Or we could buy again.
And we keep Stinger rushing for the rest of the game.
Yeah?
Just Stinger rush again. Yeah.
He was not where I had. That's
saving.
unfortunate.
Wait, if I go to garage again, can I clone in there first?
I got walked into the. I'm gonna blind in.
He's there. He's there.
Traded. Good trade.
On the left. Stuck left. Box.
I'm hard
Stuck left. Nice.
Check window.
Sekuno, get out there. Sekuno, get out there.
No.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Oh,
everyone play default, man.
What about a Stinger rush, you know?
Not bad for a Stinger rush. Not bad for a Stinger.
Not bad.
Their elders.
Now we got real guns too, also.
A real gun.
I'm gonna buy light, because I think, yeah.
What?
I don't think I need that. Hold on. God Dart, hold up.
Okay.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted B.
Decoy.
Get the God Dart.
Can we watch C flank push? Oh.
I'm not watching.
Okay, now we knew. Okay, I'm gonna watch A flank.
Right here.
Window?
I can stun off window.
I
thought
Time to jump.
Nah. I don't want to look A. Or C.
I'm down. We have kind of shown a lot of presence here.
They killed my...
Okay, guys, we're gonna check out A. We're gonna goof around.
Not long?
Look at us.
Okay, I
checking
can dart
our
on site
corners.
soon. I can drone actually.
You got another
Short
God
is
Dart?
not cleared. A short is not cleared.
Scanning ahead.
Droning now. Go with the drone. Go with drone.
Smoke's down.
Can you try and hit the cypher trip?
Oh, I did not. I missed. Behind.
Down.
Yeah. Behind box.
He's concussed. He's not concussed. Left side. One from short, I think.
Enemy down.
On the heaven?
Yeah.
RB2?
You
I
play,
didn't
you
re-smoke
play.
heaven. Yeah, re-smoke heaven.
In the game.
One mid.
Spike planted.
I'm gonna re-smoke.
Is that from short?
Smoke's down.
That was from Link. They're both here.
Shock dart.
Echo has ult, so try not to bunch up if you use it.
Revealing area.
Just gonna ult in like a psycho.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, moment.
Find them.
I don't see him. He's probably heaven.
Yeah, on the right.
Enemy spotted A.
Nice.
Nice.
Scarf,
My
okay.
ult is ready.
Okay.
That was probably the worst use of the ult, but you know we won the round.
You
We won the round.
guaranteed
We
it.
needed that. Yeah. We needed to get that momentum back. Had to.
Yes.
Did we win?
Yeah, we are. No, don't worry, we are. Oh, actually, can you take Spike here? I have ulti. I'm gonna.
We pogged.
Stupid. Okay. This guy plays this stupid corner, right?
Okay, I can just stun it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jump them.
I'm gonna stun it.
I am the hunter.
Huh.
Time to jump.
Oh, at least you hit someone.
Yeah.
It was me.
Oh,
Flat. Nah.
One window.
he's going.
Reloading. Deploying drone.
So yeah. Oh.
There's two there.
One on C backside.
Okay.
One logs.
There's three. Like, let's go.
Oh shit.
He's on
Logs. Still logs.
Weird
Omen dead. Hold CT, hold CT.
Oh yeah! Monster on the
Oh,
move!
that's fucking garage or something.
I'm fucked. Hold garage, hold garage.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, they were literally
Sorry,
everywhere, everywhere.
Gecko ulted me off a garage.
Team Ace.
Dude, where was that Omen? Did he TP behind?
You want me serious?
Oh, he was logs, and then I guess TP'd behind the box and then swung out.
No, I really thought that ulti was gonna. Fuck.
Yeah, man, he just changed it up.
Hey, buddy, let me
Maybe,
like.
maybe you can dart into garage, and then I'll try to stun him.
Oh, I mean, he plays window, but like, I don't think it's worth it. Like, it's like such a low percentage.
Everyone chill. Hold the pushes. Hold the pushes.
Hi, Bliss.
Is he high or low?
Spike
Hi,
down
hi,
mid.
but yeah, I think he.
Someone see.
Our spike is in window.
Got the spike.
Nice. C looks okay.
I got Omen.
Push
I
out
got
garage.
Omen.
Could have pushed out garage. JK, I don't know. Ah, a lot in mid.
You got a
mid?
pick on C.
They're kind of pushing us. Yeah, let's go to C. Fuck it.
You got 2 picks on C.
I'm on my
2
way.
picks on
Let's do
C.
it.
All you. Wallet and go in psycho. You got it.
Blinding.
Okay.
Going
Is
up.
that what that?
Blasting.
Is that what we want?
Yeah, and then
That
you like
barely
blind
did
it.
anything. I don't play this guy. Watch him back.
Cover me.
Out. He's back hitting.
Lily,
for one
cover me.
Planted.
Watch his left. Watch his left. He's got his own right. Could be flank as well. Lily's watching left.
My ult's ready.
Could be flank. Behind you.
Last player standing. One
Oh,
enemy remaining.
AT.
No, he wasn't.
I just
Never mind.
watched
Close.
someone do a 360 go.
Your comms are confusing.
Oh.
Sorry, it was the cipher from behind you.
Your comms are confusing.
How do I improve my comms?
Don't
Pick
come.
something nice to kill them.
No, no, keep coughing. I need it, please.
Guys, we can't break down, okay?
Break down society.
Wait.
We're
Hey,
doing
we
great.
did the one spot that no one fucking was. Like, I threaded the needle to the exact fucking placement in the universe that no person was.
Okay, hear me out. I'm pretty sure someone's just swing with me mid courtyard and aim for this guy. This guy always
Okay.
plays
Chamber?
high.
Right here.
Yeah, this
I'm
guy
down.
always plays high. Lahan, 3, 2, 1.
I'm just go C. I'm going C.
Scanning ahead.
One's in.
Why is this dude C?
Found them.
Oh my god, wait, they sent their good guy on C. Wait, no, this guy's their bottom frag. How's he so good?
One's flanking out from A.
Okay.
Sorry.
Enemy spotted B.
I'm watching window.
Fucking hell. Hey, he's
Spike
dead.
the
down
flanker.
mid.
Did we
Nice,
get
Lily.
Gecko? Nice.
I got the spike. Reloading.
It's fucking spunked.
Get out
Time
of
to
there,
jump.
Lily.
I have a Vandal here.
Vandal
Gun
here.
here.
Breach was playing mid.
Scanning ahead.
Scanning mid. I think we go A, but you have the spike, so it's weird.
Alright, I'll help her out. Get out of here. Let's get out of here.
Go,
30
go.
seconds left.
I'm looking. Go.
Fake teleport.
45 health.
20 seconds.
Aim for heaven. My
Go.
fucking eyes.
Sorry.
Hear what? Just go. Go on.
10 seconds left.
Help.
Off your feet!
Help. I'm gonna die anyway.
Oh,
She got the plant. She
planted.
got the plant.
Go to your left.
Peeking her on the right and the left.
One enemy
One tap.
remaining.
Yeah, there's no way it's real.
Okay, it's fake.
Clutch.
Oh my god.
What?
Sometimes you take those. Sometimes you gotta take those. When you're that
What do you
confident,
say?
you just have to
Ready
take
to
those.
stretch your wings.
Oh, oh, this is.
You guys do whatever you want, man.
Turn.
Oh no, he's He's at the stage, guys.
Oh god, I
This is his
plan.
No, we guys,
giving up,
guys
guys.
know what time it is.
That was close. We can fucking do it.
It's time.
That's
take
I
one
will
of the
admit. So, yeah,
special
that was on me. Sometimes you gotta take those.
Scarra,
if
can you dart into garage?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a stun ready.
You want to play? Let's play.
Not gonna fucking do it.
One.
I'm so sorry. Oh no, never mind. That was his.
Take flight.
I'm gonna flash out of this.
Do we see anyone?
What? The range on that is so high. There's a gecko here. Go in with the team. Go in with the team. Nice. One in the backside. One more in the backside. One more in the backside. Nice.
Reloading.
One enemy
Holy
Okay.
shit. Second was going ham. This guy loves to flank. This guy loves to flank.
Yeah, this guy's almost always been flank.
Hey, you're watching
I'm
my
gonna
garage.
start spraying down the alleyway to freak him out because I know he's there. He's there.
Watch it, Rob.
He's there. I might run out of bullets. I kept 5.
You sure he's flanking?
He always flanks. He always flanks. He didn't flank. He came from CT.
He's on site. He's on site.
He's on
You
site,
see him. You
he's
see him. Guns out. Guns out.
Oh, thank
more
you.
to oppose us.
We did it.
We did
Oh my
it.
god, we did it!
Don't stop
Where's the video
fighting.
dropping?
Must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Oh yeah.
We've done it.
We must not be that
Coming
good.
back.
Let's say goodbye. Say goodbye.
2 and 6,
We're
man.
coming back.
Let's say goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Needs to be
How
louder. It's construction
about-
outside. I said the video's not out yet.
Garage. It would be cool to set up like
Hello?
ult, stun kill with brim.
Maybe if we get a plant down, we can.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a better idea actually.
Oh.
There's a charge.
2 to 2. One more.
I hit him, but I was stunned, so I couldn't like.
That guy's crazy.
I think he's stunned off. Go. I think I hit him.
Heal myself in his corner.
Chill. When you watch a flank, they always flank.
Alright.
Let's go.
Watch
One more.
I don't need this anymore.
He's right here.
Ult me.
Oh, Sakuna's going in.
He's up.
Oh, Sakuno is
He
out.
heals me.
Flashing. He's flashing.
Scarra, is Omen or Gecko accounted for?
Yeah, he's back.
There's Gecko. Gecko's here. I don't know where Omen.
Oh my god, he's got a
Good.
shotgun and he went crazy.
Omen flank.
did like 70
Last
rolls
one's
if I'm
flank
wrong,
with
nice.
like a judge.
Okay.
Where? Wait, okay.
Flank. He TP'd, yeah.
He's right here next to you.
Could have a real gun.
In the corner.
Oh, well, let me stun. Fucking eyes.
No one saw that, right? No one saw that, right? No one saw that. No one was spectating.
You had all the information in the world.
I was pressure.
There was no pressure on you, so it was a 3v1. You also flashed me and Michael away from helping you as well. You wanted the 1v1.
I know. Guys.
No, you own. Don't worry, man.
Guys, it happened.
Good round. We got the win. No.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure like this guy's buying off this round.
You think so?
Try not to.
Baby.
Maybe.
Dude, okay. Okay, you know what? Next round. Too little.
Reload him.
Oh, cross. No cross.
This guy really plays that corner every fucking time.
Yeah, I don't know what's.
That corner is terrible.
Nobody on left.
Omen went here.
No way, he's cringed in the left. Okay.
I'm leaving. Fuck this.
Yeah, fuck it. Try and fight mid.
Enemy spotted mid.
I'm gonna
I'm
stun
not sure
that
if he's
corner.
like okay.
I feel like
Oh, he
Owen's
crossed.
gonna flank
Oh, he's not there anymore.
Maybe.
Here.
I'm scared of that. I fucking knew it. 140.
Oh my
no,
god.
that's not good.
Down mid.
I'm stuck in
is
such a
Omen
bad
still
spot.
I'm gonna.
Monster on the loose.
Oh
Man.
my god.
Last player standing.
Gecko probably went to go pick up his ult.
30 seconds left.
I think it's all three are mid.
Molly.
Fuck.
Oh god, nice try, fuck.
Oh,
Alright,
sorry.
let's do something with the Yoru ult. Yoru
140 on the gecko too. Fuck me.
Oh, that's sick.
I actually like our A. Our C
okay.
looks
I
ugly.
can just open.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Lily ults in,
I'm
pings
gonna
the shit
ult in,
out of him, right?
guys.
Okay, okay. Here's the plan. Lily goes in, finds one, and pings the shit out of him. I stun that exact spot. They can't move it. We kill them.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna take off push to talk just in case they forget to talk.
Okay. No. You got it.
Genius.
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
I get a purchase?
Ping him. Yeah, you gotta
Ping
ping.
wealthy
Oh,
friends.
everybody?
Thanks,
Oh,
thanks.
whatever.
Lily might want more than
Cutting through. Stim
yeah,
beacon
this
here.
will work.
I'll handle this.
Alright, guys, I'm looking.
Go,
I
go.
want A-Law. Oh, there's one right
Stunning.
Please.
In the
He-
front. Got it.
Anything else? Okay,
Go,
check short,
go.
check short, check short.
No one else is on.
Go,
Check short,
go.
check short, check short.
Reloading.
Sorry.
He's on the back. He's on the back of it.
Okay, Lily's holding flank.
Just gonna molly it. Gonna molly it.
Heaven,
I'm gonna
smoke going down. Reapplying.
No way. He's got an off back there. He's got an off back there.
Nice, Lily.
Drop from heaven.
Oh, my fucking Uto's out.
Last player standing.
Fuck, I should have had you. My bad.
No way.
That's
He dropped
my
it.
bad.
Wait, what happened?
I
Oh,
thought Scarra was getting rushed, so I swung out, but he was not getting rushed.
yeah.
Last round in the half.
And
Okay.
Money now.
It happens.
no
I
bank
do
in
have my
hell.
breach ultimate.
Well, honestly, we got on site pretty easily. It was just like
There was really no one.
the
except
after was really ugly. But yeah.
Alright, if we get the plant down somewhere, try to play off site so I can ult it. For
Yeah.
a read retake.
Hit them when they're not
I
looking.
think I'm just gonna take the aim.
they
tool.
couldn't came by.
He started
Scarra, do it.
Concussing.
No one yet? Did you smoke that? No, they smoked that. They smoked that. You think they're in there?
Hey, wait, where's Kuno?
Cutting through.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You think?
He's a ward right now.
Wait, let me flash for you, Toast.
Flash out.
I hear one on the left. I don't want to go through just yet.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that was
Deploying drone.
My pot of
careful your
gold.
right, it's not.
Oh, no. Oh, fuck. That's great.
Time to jump.
Okay. They know we're here. Maybe we leave.
There's
Lot of-
quite a lot of noises.
I heard so many rotates. Let's get out of here. Saikuno? No. No Saikuno. No. No, 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 no. No Saikuno. No, no, no.
I gotta get the
There's the
gun.
Vandal. This
Wait, this
Vandal.
isn't a vandal? What
The
is
Vandal's
this thing?
here. The Vandal's here.
Oh.
Honestly, I think you guys insert Sekuno. Lily, get out there.
You know, I'm okay with just the Spectre.
Nice, good trade. One Omen
30
on A.
seconds left.
I want to re-hit A. Like a dumbass.
Oh yeah, that's such a good idea. That's that's a good one.
I have dart. I'm gonna
You
wait till
guys have
15.
breach
go
alt
through
for
short?
You guys
later as
ready?
well.
3, 2, 1.
Wait, this is good. This is good.
There they are.
10 seconds left.
Nice.
No, wait, he's time to play.
Spike down.
Ah, you got plan. You got plan now.
Molly.
Protect him. Protect him. No.
Damn, where was he?
damn.
Where was he holding the op?
Wait, what? Wait, I didn't know he could see you from.
Switching sides.
NT.
Oh,
Who's that?
I was.
No more doubts.
Gee, welcome back for
This is
19
a
months. Thanks for
defensive-sided
subbing.
map anyway. I've heard.
They have 2 sentinels.
Actually,
That's
So it'll be a
true.
little hard for them.
9-3 ain't bad. Alright. And
Alright, I feel like my aim is bad, so I'm just gonna buy a credit. Fuck it.
Make sure you're killing little guy, because I think they'll send him very often to try and get mid plant.
Oh, true.
Toshi, okay.
I'm going to stay mid for smoke.
Yeah.
If you guys hear anything from garage or mid, I have stun, so just call for it.
I think I have the dart for this.
Time to jump.
Scanning ahead.
I hear a lot C.
What?
Rushing.
Are you able to... Help him, help him, help him, help him.
I fucked him. I fucked him up.
Nice, nice, nice.
Come. I have flash.
Hold, everyone else hold, everyone else hold.
Oh, okay, we're not coming then.
Yeah, no worries. They definitely are scared. Careful of the re-hit.
I'm just
Yeah,
chilling in
one guy took a shot.
I'm going back. Do you hold mid, Lily?
Okay, I think it's still here. Can I get one more? Yeah, that's good, that's good. Do you have dart, Scar?
Yeah, 5 seconds.
Alright, once it's up, go for the dart.
Revealing area.
Nope, they're in.
Yeah, I got 2.
Sneak,
and
Sunny,
I
go,
was
go,
there.
go.
They're all mid.
Nice done.
Let's go, let's fucking go.
Last one was there. Nice!
Let's
Good shit.
go.
Oh.
Protein shake.
Spike is mid.
My quiver is never full.
Yeah. The biggest thing about this team is they cannot get on site without a duelist. No dashes, no satchels, nothing.
Yeah. We got a whole.
What? They have no duelists.
Our holds are very nice.
They had fucking infinite sentinels last round.
Yeah, their breach shit is just kind of annoying, but
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, 9-3 against 2 sentinels, pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, get the long peaks. If we get info that they're going aside, we can set up.
Sure, info's
mid?
great.
Take flight.
They're coming in mid. Fast.
Stunning. Stun, go.
Like butter, baby.
Thank you. Save my life.
One enemy
Flashing.
Ah!
Sorry about that.
Jesus Christ.
I don't even see anybody. Where'd they go?
Oh, big
Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to leave my drone because I've never done it before.
You've never left
No,
your
I've never
drone?
left my
You've
drone.
never had that
I was like
situation?
jumping.
I was watching this Omen shoot me in the back through his drone.
Starts darting him. Darting him with the drone. Alright. Through process of elimination, 100% chance they go to A.
Oh yeah, I'm prepared.
Alright, yeah. Just get info early. Lily, get info early. Yeah. Okay, you're cooking.
Oh, she's cooking?
My apologies.
If you're mid or drop.
Revealing area.
Yeah.
Alright,
Don't
good info.
repeat that, I swear to God.
Launching
I'm so
smoke.
sorry. I got greedy.
No, you don't get to say that.
114 breach though?
We're fucked. We are so fucked.
They're in.
Stunning. Hopefully something. There.
Oh my god, they ran in like quick.
Last player standing.
100 on each of them. Fuck. Lily, I want you to know, because you swung that, we lost this
Oh
round.
my god, when you press tab, it's 8, 9, 10, 11.
learned
And
something.
Michael at 12, it'd be like one apart.
Why'd she do it? Why'd she do it? Why'd she
You
do
press
it?
your joke, yeah, I
Their
didn't
comp
know
cannot
that.
push
So
in.
later.
You're giving them what they want.
You know what? I'm gonna do it again.
Imagine how cool it'd be.
That's a
if she
very
swung
mature
out.
adult response to things.
What if she swings out and kills them all? It'd be so. I'll back you up. I'm swinging with you.
Yeah, it's like, Kuna, we got
I'll
this.
flash us out. I'll flash us out.
Scanning
You
ahead.
mid? One mid?
There's no
You
one
mid?
Okay, you don't have to. Let me know some info. Though.
Take flight.
Yeah, I'm teleported out. Dude, do you get that bug
Two.
where you can't alt tab?
Clara. Yeah, you're cheating. Careful, they were window. Probably going to
Is the dude here? He's running for.
Sakura!
Trigger discipline.
Do I kill
Trigger
him?
Discipline.
Shit.
Where?
I killed him.
Mid by window.
I think he was alone. Yeah, he was alone.
I hear grass.
Got another? Don't know. Any more info?
I'm gonna hold your garage now.
Careful, garage, careful.
Yeah, one garage, one garage.
One garage. I missed him.
Hold on.
Two garage. No eyes on Omen. We don't know where Omen is. Oh, also in there.
Enemy remaining.
Okay, no eye on
walked
breach.
in my mall.
Breach, heaven.
Window.
We have spike. Oh shit,
You have to protect him. You have to protect him. Nice, holy shit. Never mind. He protected himself.
I got him
He protected
before my
himself.
body.
My smokes can block the
My
enemy's line of
failure
sight.
allowed for
Once they're blind,
success.
we move.
Don't even with that.
I did get that flank because I pushed out with Lily that time. I
Thanks,
mean,
Akuna. You're
They
a
didn't
real
think there
one.
were 2 people there.
You're so good at this game. Buy me a gun.
what?
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm taking the first shot. I'm taking the first shot.
I forgot all my
Okay.
lower lineups.
Just peek, just peek.
Oh,
just
they
peek.
blinded me. They blinded me.
mid.
They blinded me.
I'm
Okay,
afraid
just
to
call for it
peek.
when you
He's
see it.
probably better than me.
Nothing
Two
yet,
mid?
nothing yet.
Never mind. He's
He's
not
in the
better than
corner,
me.
he's
I
in the
just
corner,
killed him.
guaranteed. Actually, I'm not gonna.
I can't. They smoked me out.
Yeah,
Garage.
yeah,
door.
it's fine. I'm stupid.
Yeah, mid. There's a second blind. Okay, there's at least 2 people mid. He used both blinds.
Smoke's down.
Just careful, Lily. They might rotate. you.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Lily,
pretty sure.
get the peek. Get the peek on the A,
Just
so you
getting some
know if they're
info.
coming.
I'm gonna back off if I see it.
Someone's mid.
What
They
the
played
fuck?
Look garage
Of
down,
them
Scarra.
mid.
I'm gonna hold mid.
Three of
Lily, you
there's
keep
three of them
holding.
mid. 3 of them mid outside
Scar,
garage.
can you see in garage?
No, I cannot. Oh wait, I can now.
Revealing
I heard spike drop in garage, right?
Tremor. Clearing out.
Should I go?
No, no, you're still holding. You're still holding.
Okay, we're holding. A long one.
Enemy
It's probably a C.
Okay, you can go for a slow flank.
30 seconds left.
Slow flank.
Jackass.
Just kidding.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, he's
Oh my
insane.
Spike
god.
down.
He's just
B.
insane.
Lily, I think you're gonna see him. I think
Spike
he's
spotted B.
Yeah.
no idea. Yeah.
Nice.
What the
Nice.
fuck?
Sorry guys, I thought I heard spike in garage, but nice.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
We're actually coming back on defense.
It's good. They have an entry tool now with the Gecko ult, so I don't know how the fuck to.
You think they're gonna
fix
send
that.
this shit? They're gonna send this shit to Lily, right? This is gonna go A.
Yeah, this ain't going to us.
Yeah, it's definitely
It's not
going.
coming to us.
Yeah,
Oh,
Toast,
Lily, you can put your thing down and then teleport out if you see it. And just get the info.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask.
That cipher is a dead man.
Oh, sounds A, sounds A, sounds A.
Oh yeah.
Back up, Lily. The smoking, the smoking.
Revealing area.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Deep fried. Neutralized.
One enemy remaining.
Stunning him.
Flawless.
Nice.
Oh my
Holy
god,
shit,
Scarra,
Scarra.
you just snapped
Racks
on
on
him.
racks on racks. Holy shit.
Ooh. Oh, give me that.
Act on my intel.
Oh, that's not. That's
Don't give
cute.
them time to reposition.
Anyone need to buy him? Cap.
I don't want to go A anymore.
Oh,
Lily could use a buy, right? Actually, she's pretty
No,
capped
I
too.
didn't die.
we're
Oh.
all rich.
Alright. Oh, should I go to another site?
Oh wait, no, I didn't even die. I don't even. Need
No,
it.
I am pretty. It's gonna be. I think it's B or C, right? They're not gonna push A.
They have chamber ult, so
Do you
try
wanna
not
go
to peek
to-
mid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Careful this. Careful
Right
this.
here.
Careful this.
Yeah, I'll be careful. I'm just so I can stun like.
You
anyone.
want to play?
Come here,
Let's
come here.
play.
Whoa! Flash in mid, yeah.
Found them.
Yeah. Oh, Gecko's going garage already.
Yeah, there's
Stunning
one dude
garage.
outside
Oh,
garage.
Stunning
you
garage.
killed my.
Deploying drone.
Okay.
Flash it. No way. They were camping both sides of garage. There's like 3 people outside of garage right now.
Yeah, I'm with you, Lily. No garage control though.
I know exactly where
Man, that
you
fucking
are.
sucks.
Guys, it's eco for them.
40 chamber, C long.
Here, let me garage.
Protect the
Plan
guns.
C.
Protect the guns.
They're planning C.
Oh, fuck.
One blind mid.
Spike planted.
My ult is
I
ready.
think one's close.
Gone.
There's another Bucky,
That's the same dude who got me doing the same exact thing.
bro.
Flash out.
Careful. My gun has 4 bullets.
He doesn't have Bucky anymore.
Freak.
Op.
Smoke
Yeah.
down. Dim beacon here.
Oh, Cypher on the backside.
Standing.
Oh, wait. Where the fuck did he come from?
I think he
Maybe
was
he's behind
playing
the
to
box or
smoke.
something.
Oh
Ran through
no.
the smoke. Oh, we
knees
must
are
have
gonna
just
kill
lost
after this.
connections.
TNT.
Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna do some gamer moves here.
Like gamer moves.
I hear gecko.
Okay. Couple sounds. Couple sounds. No smokes on their part yet.
Off your
Scanning
feet!
ahead.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna
That
stun their
sounds like
entrance.
committal to
Fine.
me. That sounds like a commit.
The hunter! Concussing!
Hey, one.
Those are great stuff.
Oh, not in. One's outside. Yeah, actually, one's in.
I'm gonna have it.
Push out a little. Yeah. Hold my right. I'll hold your left. I think this one guy in behind this box.
Careful your right side, Scarra. We don't have
he
garage
is.
control too.
Yeah, trade it. Nice.
That's weird that no one else.
One's
is here.
in short, I think. 1, 2, 3.
I know they're gonna omen alt. I'm gonna fucking stop it.
Revealing area.
Just the one
Lil, walk
guy.
up with me. Walk up with me.
Okay, I have 30 though.
Okay, you go first then.
Okay.
Where are these guys?
Okay, let's hold here.
30 seconds left.
God, this skin is so bad, man.
I hear smoke C. Smoke C. Oh shit.
That's both. We can go fast. Scar, do you have any dart?
8
Or
seconds.
walk?
Take flight.
I'm scared of it.
Yeah.
You played
That's
very
one.
close.
Walk in. Walk in.
One enemy remaining.
We know where the last one is. Guns out.
Last backside.
Guns out.
Careful, he might peek
He
the
has
bomb.
an op. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Peek.
Careful now.
Grenading.
Trade it.
Nice,
Thank you.
nice.
Nice.
Grab my op.
No. Grab my
Yeah, I
op.
got
Oh
it.
yeah, grab his op. Grab his op.
Each of you.
Nah, I like the win for that. Wow.
Good try.
Oh, this one looks
Oh, it
fancy.
turned green? I thought it was like.
Oh yeah, it's
I think
definitely
it changes based on like.
I don't care.
it's the
if there
most
are 5 of
distracting
them or
op.
50 of them.
That's
Let's
crazy, dude. They should make a skin that's just like a green screen of Subway Surfers running on the bottom right. I would never
That'd be
more
kinda good.
focused.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
They have 3 on eco here. Be very aware.
Be careful.
Right here.
All right, call for goofy stuff. Call for stuns.
Yeah,
maybe
just spam that
garage.
shit toast.
Scanning ahead.
They
Hold.
smoked garage. I'm gonna.
A lot of garage, it looks like.
No way they.
I'm
Right here.
watching. I'm watching.
Right here.
Keep peeking.
One,
Keep
two
oh
long, two
shit.
long.
Got it.
Stun though.
Lily's on her way.
Nice. We hold it. Big hold. They're depressed. They're so depressed.
A's open, yeah.
How did he kill me? Okay.
They
Oh,
might
yeah, I
have
got
garage. They might have garage.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Go on,
they
man, you
have
help.
garage.
They have garage. They have garage. Yeah,
Gecko
full garage.
is super
Watch out,
low.
Michael, on
He's
your left.
Super low, but they have
Oh,
shotguns.
Oh shit, that was close.
I'm holding
Oh,
a garage
that was
exit.
close.
I'm between a rock and a hard.
Coming out garage.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Bitch. Yeah.
Spike down. C.
See ya.
Spike is right here. Spike is a ping.
One enemy
Kill the
remaining.
rat.
Bitch.
My ult's ready. Smoke's
He
down.
was he was.
Trevor.
We just run away.
Yeah, Spike is literally right there.
He could go garage.
30 seconds
Oh, he has a
left.
marshal.
Dumbass.
Garage.
Like my
I'm
knife.
going
Thank
long.
you.
Oh yeah, still there. He's trying to headhunt me. I'm
Just
gonna go
waiting.
peek.
10 seconds
Okay,
left.
I'll just wait.
He's running up.
Wait.
Kill
Nice.
everyone, and our job gets a
Whoa,
whole
I
lot
can't believe we
easier.
caught up.
Oh, dude. Of course.
That sentinel shit.
Y'all better keep up.
Oh, who wants a fucking op, dude? I would op with any other op.
Toss me.
But that's crazy.
I buy it so if I lose it, they throw it off the map.
Wait, that's genius. It's a debuff
No.
for them.
Yeah,
They're
they
used
actually.
to it.
I've definitely had teammates and enemies throw it off the map.
Make sure we're peeking A long, Lily, just so we get info.
If you guys get pushed off, I can ult, but also they got 2 sentinels, so never mind.
Oh yeah, hey,
Don't challenge if you're not confident.
Okay.
If you're confident, you can.
No,
do it.
if you're, yeah, you can.
I'm gonna hold my smokes.
Launching
Okay.
smoke. Stim beacon
Take
down.
flight.
One's in already.
Who trained you? My operator.
Scanning ahead. Gonna try and molly
Is
him
it
off.
legit? Oh, it is legit. It is.
Not in.
Never mind.
Could be
it's not
leaving. Could be
legit.
leaving.
Fuck.
They could have inserted. Somewhere.
I'm leaving, man. Oh,
We have to re-clear everything. Work with me, Lily. Work with me.
okay.
You're going the wrong way. I'm behind you.
Wrong way, right.
Walk.
Okay.
We're just gonna
Allow
re-clear
me to
everything.
go first.
No. They can have anywhere right now. They can be anywhere.
I'm watching your short. Look at that.
Easy.
Nice. We're chilling. We're still chilling. They still can be anywhere.
5 seconds.
I'm holding mid. Our garage is completely wide open. Lily,
Yeah,
take over mid. I'm
Right
gonna
here.
take garage. Okay.
Right here.
Revealing
One here.
Once walked up.
There they are.
Where? You have numbers.
One enemy
Okay, wait,
remaining.
don't fucking push him. I have my ultimate and my. Oh, nice mid. Okay, just defuse it and hold it down, and then you will win the round and the game.
Where is he?
He was
What the fuck is he doing?
Hell? Come on, man. Gonna fucking kill
Sucker
me.
better watch their backs.
Oh, God, Oppie is so easy.
I need a drop.
This gun, I kill one person with the op,
it
they
might
just
do
fall.
half off.
Like instantly.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I can buy. It's okay though. Yeah, I got
Pick
full.
it up.
I got full buy for you.
Thanks.
Okay, they got Gecko.
Thank
as well,
you.
so careful for that.
Yeah, I have ult, so I'm thinking I
Run away
just
from
ult
that shit.
straight into mid.
Yeah. If you want ult top mid,
Oh, you
I'll
wanna
give you a
ult?
scan.
Okay,
I'll give you a
stun
scan. I'll give you a
I
scan.
can flash for
I
you.
think you just ult out mid.
No, I'm scanning for you.
Okay, go.
They sprayed the back. They sprayed it. One's mid.
Someone's mid.
Nice.
Got one. There's two out there.
One's mid. Dude, how is this guy not dead, bro? We're chilling. I'm a little dinged up. One's stuck on the right.
I'm standing right side.
Left side
Is he
now.
out?
He's
He's stuck left window.
You want to play?
Don't overcommit. Don't overcommit.
Lily, they might be coming.
Never mind.
Oh, never mind.
Echo's nuts.
Got two.
Let's go.
One
I
enemy
always
remaining.
Last one was
overcommit.
window. Last one
Always
was window.
overcommit. No,
Oh,
the last
nice.
guy got me. I almost aced it. He's lit. He's lit for like 40.
He does have his fucking ult.
Lily, go for the slow peek on that. Might be CT. Oh, can only be CT. Don't.
Okay, you know what?
You guys have U2.
On defense. We are on defense.
We can flush him out. Lily, you want this? Nope.
We bringing up body bags?
Wahoo!
Dude, they have half
Match
Buckies.
We can end it now.
Yeah, it feels like it's been half buying for the last 10 rounds.
I really don't want to go away.
Okay, I can take it.
Wait, swap.
Okay, you want to play Garage Lid?
Yeah, I'll go garage.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
Lily, you gotta level with me. What the fuck are you gonna do in Garage? Because if you're gonna push out, I'll give you shit to push out, but if
No,
you're
no,
not
no,
going
no.
to...
I'm gonna set up a TP so I go in their spawn.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
very
this is
cool.
coming.
Very cool. Very cool.
Alright, Michael, you have ult, so you cannot die.
I beg to differ.
I wish I could.
Wait, they
can zoom in.
they smoke garage?
Okay, tell me more.
They smoke garage. I'm sending a
Smoke C, smoke C.
I got gecko. Poison.
Monster on the loose.
Monsters
Stunned, hard stunned.
I'm so dead. Guys, help me.
I'm
please.
watching
Molly
you.
Garage?
Tuck in the corner.
The
In the
guy in
corner.
here, he's
I'm
dead.
being tough.
Nice. I
Oh,
got
they
it.
just took sight.
They're coming site. Coming site BC.
Go on side, both on side, both on side.
We're ready. Outside.
And we will
Spikes
win
down
the
mid.
fucking
Spikes
game.
down mid.
Wait.
Outside.
What's last
Right
site?
here.
Was last site.
What's the site? Oh,
Got-
we
Now,
won.
let's go.
Oh my
Shit.
god,
Defenders
did it.
win.
GG.
What a comeback.
That was a comeback. It was we were
3-9.
down a lot.
You do need second zoom
Nice.
just to toggle you get by it.
We
Oh,
are so
that is
good.
actually. I
Valorant.
should do that.
Well, let's just get
Why
our
can't I
third
be-
win of the night, just like yesterday. And then,
You know, I think 2 was pretty good.
Now we're pressing our luck.
okay. I mean, yeah, we're. Wait, I just ranked up to silver too.
I forgot to platinum too soon.
The highest rank I've been in
Wait,
ages.
tomorrow, welcome back for 30
Wanna play
months.
one more or end it there?
Well,
I'm down for
with
one
either.
more.
okay,
Last
one
one?
more. I'm gonna go play
Alright.
Spads.
And if we
Guys,
lose,
Yeah,
A priest, a
everyone-
pastor, rabbit,
No,
inner
no,
click,
no,
the daily
no,
blood, the
no,
nurse
no,
asked
no,
rabbit,
no,
what's
You
your
know, I
blood
mean,
type?
if we lose, we'll
I'm
just
probably
feel
a
terrible the rest of the
typo,
night, but
said the
that's-
rep.
thank God we won't.
Yeah, let's just not Luge.
Well, I'm gonna
kinda
get my
strong.
jersey mics and make tea.
Oh,
food?
that's. You're stupid.
Toast.
Yeah.
You got any food?
You know, if you
I got
ordered
crack
the
an egg.
food... Oh, that sounds
Damn it.
kind of good. You know, if you ordered food way back when you said, "Should I order food?" I mean,
It's fine.
well, you could
Eat
still
it
just
all,
order
but-
it now.
Nah. Nah,
Oh.
nah. I'm just gonna sleep early. Sleep it off, you know?
Wait, sleep early. It's midnight.
Yeah, that's pretty early.
Oh,
I'm gonna get a snack though. I am really hungry.
yeah, a little snack. Little
Do you
snack
think I have
sounds
enough
good.
time though?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with how much we've been winning, they probably
Okay,
think we're like super
if I
high
don't get
ranked.
back in time, Toast, can you lock in for me? Bye.
Okay. Wait, who do you want to play?
I would just throw her on Killjoy or something to see what happens.
Yeah.
Didn't she used to like that? Killjoy?
No. Wait, the 31st is tomorrow? Oh, it's not. Well, I'm fucking stupid. What the hell? Guys, have you guys had like a Halloween weekend? You guys got the parties and shit on this weekend or what? I've been sick.
Match found.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Halloween is awesome.
Ah, not Sunset.
But I feel like.
Let's go. I fucking love Sunset.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I play Breach.
Oh, wait, yeah. No, yeah.
Like fucking cholesterol in their arteries. Dude.
Yeah. I'll play. I'll play my actual character for this one. This one is a little bit of a hard map. This map is so hard for me that I want to play my main because I don't understand Sunset. I'm pretty sure the way Sunset plays is
Oh, Sunset. I hate Sunset.
it's like A is like is like impossible, pretty much. It's pretty. I think A is pretty much figured
Does
out.
Harbor count as smokes?
Yeah, for this map, yeah.
Okay.
Because it's also like he's also good in boxy maps like Breach. So this and Lotus are good. And this is better than Lotus because it's a smaller map.
Oh, I got some Gatorade. I'm good.
So you got dude, Gatorade is like my favorite sick drink. Like the blue Gatorade.
Oh, I have the blue Gatorade.
I literally I can drink that every day.
It's pretty good.
I don't know why, I just really love it.
The grape one's not bad too,
Oh,
actually.
wait.
Fuck you. That's gross.
I'm sorry. Did you what?
The grape one.
I thought you were gonna say the red one.
Veto that opinion.
Well, you can't veto opinions.
Vetoed your opinion. Cucumber lime is the best flavor. The best new
Okay,
age
cucumber
flavor.
lime is a little weird.
That's actually my favorite.
Wait,
Oh.
Sorry. Not you, Sakuna. You were saying the right thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's really good.
It is. It's refreshing.
It's extremely refreshing.
I still don't even really know what a cucumber tastes like, but I mean,
like that, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Blue Gatorade is the worst flavor. Might be because that blue yellow club. I think. Cucumber lime is good. Blue's great. Blue's my favorite.
Earlier today, I remembered my earliest time I ever got manipulated by someone.
Oh.
I had like a flashback. Dude, okay, so I was in Summer Pals. It's like the summer kind of summer camp, you know, but you go home after every day, whatever. We
Okay.
had like these camp leaders, right? And they, you know, there's just like adults, and one of them, I think what happened is one of them dared the other to see if they could get me to eat a whole fistful of frosting, and they like came over with a plate of frosting, and they said, "Hey, Michael, do you want to eat this?" And I said, "No, that seems gross." And the leader said, "But you're Michael Reeves. You can do anything." And I was 8 years old, and I was like, "You know what? You're fucking right, dude. I can do it." And I just fucking trudged through this disgusting glob of icing in the middle of the day.
But you did it.
But I did it.
Yeah, they weren't wrong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that next time I want you to do something.
Dude, and it will work even today.
Love frosting.
It's so gross. Do you guys like the frosting or the cookie part of the Oreo better?
Oh,
I can eat both.
yeah, that's one of those ones where I need, like, if you ask me for cake, I prefer not the frosting part.
Breach, your
Do you guys like
prosthetics are
those
waterproof,
Oreo
right?
cakesters?
Asking for a friend.
The what?
I've never had one.
The Oreo cake thingy.
Never had one.
Never had one.
I don't know. I'm asking people.
Wait, you never had one?
Nope. I don't think I did. I don't know. I always want to try one though. It's like a bloated Oreo.
Oh shit,
Like-
we have this.
Really good
Okay.
visually.
Like an Oreo that's absorbed too much milk. And it's ballooned up.
Do you see this?
Like one
This
that
is what
got you in
Timmy
its
taught.
apartment at 47 and no one's
How-
on the body for a
how
couple
does-
days.
Because it allows you to see
I got
what you want
all
coming
util
in.
here also, so we can just like.
Oh, we want to just
I got
monster
2
side?
centis again.
Let's walk and then run.
Damn, I want Oreo.
Just tell us if
I'm
it's-
down to try and.
Oh,
Raida's peeking. Raida's peeking. Swinger. Nice.
Oh fucking god.
Stage wall this. Stage wall this.
Wait, I'm.
She has a ghost. She has a ghost.
Alright, let's
I'm just gonna break the wall with that.
I'm the wall.
Okay.
I'm,
Okay.
you're walling.
Do
you're
it.
walling,
Walking.
Slowly.
My
No,
mouth.
19.
My
Fucking-
mouth.
There's a guy on the left.
Yeah,
guy on the
I
left.
Oh, in the corner. Dead. What do you mean? What's going on? We're in a game of.
For you, here's a heal.
Down. Reloading.
Oh, I
Lily,
see
Lily,
him.
there's one here. There's
Yeah,
one
I
here.
know,
Yeah.
I know,
Get out. Leave. On the right, Lily, please. Lily.
Hold on, there's 2 people there. Okay.
Okay. Okay, one more. Okay, 1, 2, peek. We'll go peek. Oh, yeah, you're the best. You're the fucking best.
Never mind, you're better.
Okay. Can you explain to me how 4 of you guys walked in and none of you guys looked left?
You
Oh,
know
yeah,
what?
she was
There
so-
was a wall and she was hiding behind
You
it, but I
fuckers.
recognized that maybe
No
somebody
sage
should
tech.
You
Hey, I don't play
fuckers.
sage. That's all I'm saying, you know.
It was a crazy wall. It was a
I'm
crazy.
I'm the last one in. I died. I'm like, what the hell?
I keep getting
That's
that
bad.
bug where I alt tab and then like my mouse just doesn't work in the game, you know?
Oh.
Click a button.
I
Oh,
know,
when you
I
get back
tried,
in.
but it was like, I keep,
Does it
I
slide to your other monitor?
Yeah, it's so freaking annoying. I never used to do this.
It's a little whack. I'm gonna try and grab some mid control.
It's too wacky, dude. It's too wacky. What do you want to do? Well, who are you? Scarra.
I'm the wall just to the pressure. I'm gonna
Scarra?
walk up right mid.
If people froze
Nice.
on
Nice.
water skills, it would turn into Sage's
You go heal?
skill. Have you ever thought about
Water
that?
rising.
No. Let's go.
Are we watching a play?
No, we're,
No.
What?
where did that guy come from? Oh, let's
Oh.
go in.
Where
Honestly,
am I going?
That
I
one's
don't know where I'm
whack.
going. I'm
We're going-
so
These
lost.
looking
The
open.
mid,
These open.
Scar. Can you fight with?
Mid.
Okay, we'll go.
We fuck with Scarra's bomb. Scarra's bomb.
You just go open.
Yeah, that's the
What?
Lock it down.
I
Shield
flashed
behind the
myself.
wall. Smoke crack. Filtered crack. He's smoking filtered meth.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Hit the gun. Hit the gun. Hit the gun.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
1, 2,
Two,
3,
three.
swing.
Swing.
Shoot.
What?
While Scar is dead,
Last player standing.
What?
30, 30, 30, 30, 30,
Wait, what
30,
is
30,
happening?
30,
you
30.
say 30 like it's a very high number.
You know what? Next time I'm not even telling you.
She's
Oh,
there.
they're not even close to the defuse.
You saw her on your right.
Yeah.
That's
That was
next to
my
you.
wall you broke.
I would just.
Oh.
No
You-
way,
you
bro
applied
is
so much
saving.
pressure
Why
in
is she
such a
saving?
perfect way.
No
No
Saving his
way,
pistol.
bro is saving.
You saving
Oh,
his
you are
pistol.
simply better.
Hey, don't judge him. Maybe he just, you know, he was just
Sucks.
feeling
Don't you
a little
actually
nervous.
lose money if you survive a pistol round?
Yeah!
Anyone dehydrated?
Bro,
Need
it's
a
very
quick rinse?
so fucking
Just
funny.
checking.
Holy shit, I'd be sad.
Okay, you're telling me this Reyna lurked it from here?
Yeah, after you guys went up that fucking lane, I'm not even really upset at that.
I'll put a trip this time. Actually, no. Let's go. Let's go. Let's slam A fast.
Oh, there's a turret here. I will wall.
Okay,
I
let's,
will.
let's break it. Let's break it then. Let's just break it. Let's just
I'm
break
walling,
it.
I'm walling.
Let's break it. Let's just break it. Just peek with me.
I'm peeking. Where?
No turret, no turret.
There's no turret here. There's no turret here.
Right.
On the right. Quick kill, Lily.
I'm going to heal myself.
Yeah. Let's take the left. Take the left. Turret here.
Think you right with
One guy's over there. One guy's over there.
Clearing behind the box. Go. Wait, Tuss, wait.
I'm walling.
Actually,
Go.
Nice wall. We're in. Scar, you're good.
Okay,
Wall, sit
planning.
wall.
Nice wall.
Tight walls. Oh, such good walls. Everyone has good walls. God.
Nice signal. I'm with you.
Our flank trip is still trip. That's great. Don't worry about it.
Our flank should still be good.
Yeah, that's true.
Just look at somewhere that no one's looking at. Or isn't being covered by someone. Yes, that's good. Elbow's good. I think they want to save. They want to save.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, we're running for this. They're right there.
AFK? Go.
Oh, Vandal, thank you.
They're tilted.
Fools.
It's great to see how
She was waiting for like the wall to break or something, but it was so late.
Okay.
I wonder if they overreact here to like anything now.
Whoa. Can we hit A? I'm just gonna slam the
Let's
ult.
be goofy. Maybe one lurk. Like, yeah, Toast chill.
I'm gonna slam the ulti here, okay?
Oh, you're gonna slam it? Alright.
Sykkuno, can you just run? Can you run elbow and you guys can run?
I'm gonna run in. I'm gonna ult run in.
Yeah, I'll flash elbow.
You guys run left and Sykkuno run right, okay?
Go right.
I'm going. Going.
Go.
Okay, you know there's someone here. The gong's happening. I'm healing as well. He's stuck on the left.
Behind her wall.
I think he's fucking stunned.
Sage is here. Sage is here. Dead.
Nice.
Guys right here. Nice. I'm planting.
Oh shit, there's a wall here. I was fucking spamming. I'm so stupid, bro.
I can get to it.
I'll cover flank.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Super dead.
What the fuck are these smokes?
Bro. So we can't push them?
One enemy remaining.
Damn, Sykkuno's going off this game.
Flawless.
Yeah, you get him, Sykkuno.
You fucking
What the heck?
Why are we so good at this?
The dude was hiding in his
about it.
smoke with a shotgun.
Yeah, what's happening, dude?
Yeah,
Okay, they got
You take this. You take
It's real now.
Oh, one person DC.
Won this much.
Oh. Wait,
That's
maybe he rage quit.
He rage quit. Garens.
Yeah, he saw her
Guaranteed.
execute. He was like, holy fuck. VCT?
Yeah, there's no shot. Dude, I bet they'll like overreact. I bet they're fucking jumpy. Scarra,
Wait.
maybe me and Scarra can do some bullshit here. And get slow beat.
Oh, I'm so rich.
I think mid is good. I think mid looks good.
Wait, we're distracting some.
Sus, Lily, hold that. Don't peek it.
Oh,
sorry. I thought you meant
I said to what?
I thought holding means like hold the angle, you know?
Hey guys, I'm gonna flash and all that.
Sykkuno, he's there.
We got one.
Okay, let's fight. Hogs.
I'm moving.
They could flank out. Watch your back.
There's a dude with a shotgun.
Shorty, leaving.
Just leave.
Yeah, my guy.
It's a judge. Could have a gun.
Yeah, probably, right?
I'm just taking the orb.
Wave crashing.
Darkstar 95 X or sub over this stream.
Light planted. Water rising.
If he tries to fucking save again for the third time in a row.
Oh,
Don't. Play it slow. Nice.
Oh my god.
Damn, okay, he went all the way back here around his spawn.
I cannot believe he actually did that.
That's sickening of him. Who are these fucking people, dude?
Scar, came back.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so capped. Wait. Request it.
Bark. Hey, Scarra, you like maybe like some of this. I'd never expect this fucking place.
I love going here,
A little
but
bit of that pressure, you know.
it's also weird because like you just dry peek this. Like I don't have anything, man. Oh, you study for me?
I'm
Okay,
just
never mind.
gonna charge in through mid.
Yeah, one's there, one's there.
On the right.
Nice, Sekuno.
That guy's
Go with him, go with
crazy.
him.
Someone's in here, Sky.
Oh, we got through mid.
Yeah, what now?
Where are we going?
I think it's A. Because we
Please
saw
still. Watch everyone's back. Don't expose yourself.
Sky from 60.
Lily, watch in front of you. Just watch in front of you. No, the other way. Yes, hold that. Alright.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Lily, go forward with Michael, and then we work B. I have to watch. Oh, back. That. All right, let's work forward here.
Okay, let me stun this whole lane 1 second.
Yeah.
Watch your like immediate right side.
Okay.
You guys come to A.
Nothing.
Oh.
We now we're doing
Two here. Go to Scarra. Go to Scarra.
One enemy remaining.
Oh yeah, my Sekuno's got it.
Spike down B.
Nice.
Okay,
Jesus.
another 4K? Bro,
Let's go.
When I said go to
You
Scarra,
guys
did
really
someone
set it
run
up.
through my smoke?
Oh, you must have meant like to go like through our CT.
It's Ham just Scarra with a voice changer? What do you mean about that? What are you trying to say? You mean I'm really funny? Thank you.
Guys, I want to go on a journey.
Alright, have fun. Good luck.
Hey.
A journey, okay.
Are we going to the giant mall of New Jersey?
I'm going on a journey.
Lily, there's one tag for you. There's one tag for you.
Oh yes. Which
Is this? They're trying to fight this?
I'm with Lily.
I'm hurt.
We're showing a lot of presence here. I think we work slow B and like fuck with them A.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna dump some util and such.
Don't take this orb. We're gonna just
them
take
right
this.
Here's to break their Killjoy turret.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm gonna cut noise and just fucking leave, and then we take B. No one resists. Killjoy's going.
Wait.
I'm
They're
fishing
not
at the left. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
There should be at least one B. Be careful. Sekuno's got the A rotate.
Just run right. We fucking suck. I'm planning. You guys get to me right now.
Prepare for hellfire.
Nice.
Fuck you. Fuck this guy.
Okay, Lily, I'm crossfiring with you.
One pushing out flank. I'm gonna hold him.
Watch your eyes.
Well, right. They have no idea I am here.
Stunning. Nice.
My ultimate
Flashing, Lily. Oh wait, never mind. I'm stupid. Sorry.
Jump on the wall.
Yeah, there's no fucking reason to.
They could jump on the wall.
Jump on the
I hear
this?
them.
Oh
Wait,
yeah.
is that you, Sekuno?
Oh yeah,
Did you reload?
this will get him. This will get him.
Where's the dude?
I
Wait.
cannot there
He's
anymore.
they're saving. There's no way two of them are saving their guns.
Wow.
Well,
You're snappy today. Okay.
Mr. 4K.
Feeling it, bro.
Yeah, I can't wait for my new favorite
For your
character
ace?
to come out. What?
He was hard left. Oh
was-
my god.
Yeah, Mr. 4K.
Playing for
hitting in the-
exits, man.
Why aren't they trying to win the game? Like why?
No, it's
Why
weird.
aren't they trying to win the game?
They literally think
They
you're.
got 2 sentinels as well. What the fuck?
They think they're getting smurfed on. Okay, it's like you're literally like a radiant smurf this game.
Let's hit A on this.
You guys really set it up. I just walk in, you know. I just.
What are we thinking here?
Ooh,
I'm
I'm
going on a journey.
gonna make some dumplings after this. Ooh.
Ooh.
Get in there, Scarra. Fuck it. Never mind.
They double smoke this? He's making.
Oh, the nutsack.
Yeah,
smoke.
he's making the nutsack. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Do you just spam it? Wait.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
do you
spam.
God damn, Sekuno. Let him live, bro.
God, I really wish he was in there, man.
Yeah, nah, it was if there was anyone in there, they'd be so fucking
Guys,
dead.
I gotta pick mid.
One dogging A. I have market.
I'm gonna stop there, but that guy is.
Clearing out.
I'm vulnerable. I'm going to hide for my life.
There's always one right here.
Ah, dumbass.
Oh yeah.
Lily, there's one market, yeah?
Careful, the killer's on site. I'm gonna flash for you guys.
There's one
once you
here.
get
There's one. That's the sage. You can keep walking.
Got the
Killers on site.
Oh, okay.
Fuck, there's two of them. One market, one courtyard. You don't have to play fast though. You can take it very slow.
Sorry, you have bomb.
Yeah, take
I
mid,
mean,
take mid.
do I want to plant though?
Yeah, you see him?
What?
Nice.
Bro.
Oh my god, if that flick I did was
dude.
psychotic, like
No, I'm telling you, you're having your best games. Like,
I don't know if
are-
you saw it. It was like, yeah, that was
Just running over. Did they? What do they even do?
Oh, Tusk, get over here, Yeah, everyone get over here, I'm gonna re-ult.
Alright,
Okay. I can hit from here to here. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let it. I'm just gonna let it rip.
Are you hitting here or no?
Yeah. I'm hitting like
Okay.
here, here. I'm just letting it rip. 3, 2, 1, go. Someone's here.
Flooding them.
Walled left side.
I'm gonna get this.
Wave crashing.
My ultimate is ready.
Killjoy's here.
One second.
Killjoy's here.
Flash, I got flash. Nice. I'm stunning. My ultimate is ready. Fucking dead. I'm gonna stun the
walled
rotates.
this?
Second, go through. Go through.
They
I'll
did.
stun your
They
hole.
did. They could be on box if they're crazy.
we got two. There's another one back.
They might try and go for a road.
One enemy remaining.
You sick bitch!
Oh my god, you got this.
Fuck, he was in the corner. He's in the corner.
That was okay.
Fuck! You had a wall there?
Why is there ice on
You
here?
will not kill my allies.
Uh-oh.
Your duty is not over.
Oh, yeah, we got.
I'm back. I'm eating food.
Yo, that wall was kind of clutch for this. I could have removed.
Spike. Tripwire is where is
Watch your left. Watch your left.
everyone
Wanna do this?
hiding?
30 seconds
Crazy
left.
mumbo.
Please! Obvious with that spray.
They're behind us.
One enemy remaining.
Behind us.
No,
Billy, on the
robot
left,
killed me.
Please.
You're making me really confused.
Last player standing.
Why would you say behind? I looked behind me. Did you guys see? I looked.
No, you turned around and then you like
behind
behind.
me. I swear.
He made footsteps.
I don't know anymore.
Okay.
God is on our side with that bullshit ass spray. What the fuck?
I'm telling you, we can't lose a round this game. We can't lose a round.
It's crazy, man.
I'm
Holy
literally
fuck. This
2 and 4.
Jesus Christ. This is like our, this is like that dream where the guy goes to the casino and keeps winning.
Are you
and it
that
actually
hot?
turns out to be
Wait,
hell,
what do you
but I'm
mean?
having fun the whole time. Like, it's not like it's
Wait,
bad.
this is
that way.
actually
It
like
was
my
great.
best game ever. Look at me.
Yeah. It's like, Kuno,
Really
you want to
boiling or
go
freezing?
in? I'm going to stun him off this
I
corner.
put it 1 degree higher.
I'm gonna ult in. I'm gonna
Dude,
ult in.
Alright.
the AC
Oh,
is
use any
just
utility.
fucked,
I got you
man.
for flashes.
Oh, then drop it. No.
He's shorty. Shotgun. No. Protect him. He's about to get shotgun.
It's like, where is everyone?
But turn it down only 1 degree.
Just let me walk in.
Reloading.
Weird.
Wait, I'm gonna. No. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna turn off.
I hear someone coming here. There.
Someone's B.
Okay, 2B? 2B, yeah. 2B.
No, wait, 114.
Oh, it's their
Wanna
weak
flash
side.
out?
It is Killjoy, though.
Nice.
Nice,
Kill,
Billy.
kill.
Out of charges.
Fuck. Wait, it's like, Kuno, stay there. Stay right there. Okay. Okay.
Oh, there's
Good.
two of them. This guy's draining, but
Roger,
he doesn't have a good gun yet.
Found you.
One flanking, Lily.
Lily behind you.
Behind you.
Behind me. Okay.
From here. Nice. You're good. Run to them, Lily.
Okay.
Rena's
30
here.
seconds
They're
left.
oh my.
Why you said run to them?
You know that was my bad. That's my bad. You know what?
No, it's fine.
That's what my bad. I'll take that one.
It's like around here. I'm watching
Where?
right side.
Both.
Cage triggered.
Both market.
10 seconds left.
Careful, they could have left.
Spike. Cage triggered.
Oh mine! Oh fuck. My bad.
Oh, she ran so far. Oh man. Guys, we lost the fucking game.
Our
I
perfect
could have
game.
killed that Reyna if I just was a little faster. My bad.
Throwing it. I'm throwing it. Nah, that was actually crazy. She ran around. Fire, fire, fire.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Wait a minute.
Wait just a second, fire.
We lost a round?
I know.
I can't believe this. I can't believe it.
Guys. The video's not out yet, right? The OTV video? Anyone know?
Alright. I'm turning it on.
Me too, me too.
Same.
Turning it on. Alright.
Killjoy's here. Killjoy's here.
I'm not right.
She's right, she's right.
Oh yeah.
She's literally in the corner right here, by the way.
Killjoy's in market. Killjoy's in market.
I got a really good idea. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Kill confirmed.
Oh, I was gonna box
Holy
her.
shit! You missed everything.
That's awesome.
You know, I actually like the idea there, really.
That would have been so funny.
Wait, okay, we're here.
Oh.
Right there.
Ah! 80!
Wave crashing. Reloaded.
Oh, no way. He's gone.
Oh my god. They're
Oh.
right behind you, Scar. On the right side. Like right there. I mean, the other ones might be on the other side too, but...
I'm holding it left. I'm holding it left.
Pretty sure he's on the right. Fuck me, man.
Aww.
Spike down
Yeah,
A.
shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's on
The flank
fucking
from the
flank.
Reyna again.
How was this guy still on the right and alive?
Last
I
round before
can't,
the switch.
like, get him out of there. My character does not do that, man.
Yeah. Alright.
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 Yeah.
It's not like we can lose. Unless you believe
It's still
in
the
the
29th in Hawaii, thank God.
Where would Killjoy play?
Killjoy played
Stay
here
in the
last
moment.
time.
Played Market? Hey guys, check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna make the face. Guys, check this out. This is gonna go crazy. She's watching it. She's like, uh-oh, I'm stunned. I'm gonna run behind this fucking thing. Uh-oh, you get... Fuck, God. The hunt begins. Never mind. Please ignore me.
Excuse me.
All of KJ util, by the way.
How many is
Maybe we
B?
just-
I have ult for this.
Yeah, we can play off.
Okay, all you guys need to do is look left right away, okay?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, now.
He's on the right.
It's just shoot.
You guys kind of
Spike
crazy.
down B.
Over me.
Prepare for hellfire.
Ultimate
Nice.
ready.
I'm multi.
Last
No
player
way, he's
standing.
on top? Oh.
Oh man. I thought I
Guys, are we losing it?
Wait, guys, we're losing.
Fuck, we're losing it.
Oh, man.
You should
Why are we
run.
losing?
No. It's cause like I don't know. I'm really hungry.
Should have had your jersey mics.
Well, as long as you don't believe in 9-3
Switching
coach.
sides.
I don't. It's fake as hell.
Yeah, that should be there.
Wait. Did you see that thing that she
Right
did
there.
over here, Lily?
What?
She was trying to wall and then look through the window to kill people.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
That's kind of
actually.
cool.
Maybe I'll.
Yeah, you do that.
Wait. I
I'll-
wall and look through the what?
There's a
window?
window here.
Right
Yeah,
there.
on the here.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay.
I'll make sure they don't cross.
All right.
This
I
map
remember-
is very attack side, and we can still lose this. Let's try and still try our best. You know.
Call me Grim Pichu.
Sounds? Anything? Nothing.
Do you see
Keep
it,
holding,
Lily?
Keep holding.
Nope.
Keep holding.
Oh, two here, two.
Absolutely not.
I'm going B, I'm going B.
Not fucking sight.
To the window.
Oh my god.
120.
Careful now.
I mollied that.
Lily, you don't need to sneak. They know you're gonna come from there.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
That's because you're sneaking.
Yeah, reloading. Oh my god, I'm a god.
Psychono, they're pushing in. Psychono, they're pushing in.
Let's go.
Psychono, flash up behind the wall. On your right, Scar. On your right. On your right. On your right. On your right. On your right.
Oh my god, there's Sky.
Nice.
Where's the other one?
Protect it. Protect him. He's in there. He's killing Scarra. He's murdering Scarra.
Last player standing.
What in the?
Oh, good shit. Good shit. You guys are amazing.
Oh my god.
So easy.
How did she not hit you at all?
Oh, I don't know, man.
Whatever gun going into your forehead and the bullets, man.
Her gun jammed. That's the worst.
Yeah, they gotta add that to Valorant.
I think. Hear me out. Buy up here, because they're gonna buy up. Oh well, of course we're gonna buy up, but they're gonna buy
Yeah,
up.
we did win.
I will buy a guardian.
I think they buy up.
Yeah.
My favorite Uber passenger. Thank you.
Alright, Lily.
Cool.
I will bait for you. Okay.
Where
You
do
just
I
follow
aim?
me.
Okay.
Just follow me. Just follow me.
Flooding them.
Okay. Hold this. Hold this. Hold this. Hold this. Nice.
I
There might be
know.
one more. Might be one more.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go. Okay, let's walk up again. Follow me. Stop shooting. On the left. Yeah. You're doing great. Hold it.
Okay,
I'll
follow
Okay, we're gonna walk into the smoke in 3, 2, 1. All right.
One
3,
enemy
2,
remaining.
1.
Spike.
Spike
All right.
down
3,
A.
2, 1. Nice.
Reloaded.
Don't worry.
Yes.
This guy's got a stinger. He's crazy.
He needs to go all the way around.
Right here, Saikudo. Right here, Saikudo.
He's stuck behind Lily's wall for
He's
sure.
stuck here.
He must have gone into it.
Holy shit, he was in the
Oh my
smoke.
god, you
Oh
saved
my
me.
god.
The guy's crazy, man. He was crazy.
No stopping now.
Please, mouse,
Not
don't
until
die
the
yet.
job is done.
Are we like
Oh,
extra
they did
crediting or? Most of them can't buy.
No, they're gonna force. It's 11-3. They have to force.
They're forcing.
Yeah, they're forcing for sure.
The Force Awakens.
Dude, I think they're gonna push here, man. I don't know how to
Right there.
stop this.
Michael.
Just shoot him. Shoot him with your better
Let's go on
gun.
the wall.
Okay.
3, 2, 1,
Wave
go!
crashing.
Mid. Oh, that's you. I hear something outside of B.
Oh, okay, there's one.
I got one
Two,
mid. Got one
three.
I
mid.
see 3.
Okay. Gonna stay, Michael?
My camera is destroyed.
They might be rotating to you guys. Just keep
Yeah,
holding.
Oh, we're still ready.
Unless they stab us in the back. Maybe you should look to market.
No,
No,
I'm
Scar
here.
got it.
Okay. Oh yeah, true.
Well, I'm going out.
It's gonna be.
No, wait,
I'm not going out, I'm not going out.
118.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this side. Oh no, you trapped yourself in there.
No. It's fine.
Back to toes?
B.
Nope.
That's B. B.
Flash out.
I
Oh
dog
my
shit.
god.
138 brim. Fuck.
Wait, Lily has a great angle.
I should have just flushed him out from behind the wall. Stupid.
30 seconds left.
I was almost so smart. Alas. Better.
Spike planted.
Toes almost there, Lily.
Last player
Okay, good
standing.
trade.
I got
One
two.
in, one no idea.
One
Sounds an
enemy
idea.
remaining.
Cage triggered. Wow, my eyes are down.
Nice.
Good.
He's done it. He's done it.
Not even close. God.
You've done it. You've done it. You've
I
done
mean,
it.
this game's basically in the bag now.
Forget
Dude,
I
it's
always play high
free.
stakes.
We're done. Maximum elo, 13-5 at
Match
worst.
point.
Now
I'm
give
buying
it
it now.
everything
Oh, I
you
can
have.
buy it. Never mind. Michael, where are you going?
Probably to be or second. Are you gonna push?
I mean, I'm thinking about
My
it.
plan, sweat, blood.
Alright,
Nah,
where are you gonna
I'm,
push?
Yo, I'm chill. We won.
Yeah, let's
You wanna
just
go over
run,
there?
run it down mid. You know,
Okay,
the
I'll
classic
stun your
run
left
it down.
side. so you don't
Try
worry
not
about the
to get
left.
shot,
Or I mean,
okay?
I guess you should look left, but I'll stun it.
Yeah.
Flooding them.
Flashing for you. Fuck.
Spike down A.
Oh, I can't believe you got me.
Flashing for you, Scar.
Oh,
Fuck,
they're all there. They're all there. Nice kill.
Wall raised.
Well,
Oh, nice ball.
Pretty good, Lily.
Oh, Toast has a gig of. Oh.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I'm the best. I'm the fucking goat.
Yeah. No, she's still there. She's still there, guys.
You shot my camera.
That's not ready.
There's no way this one person takes you all out.
Oh, she's ulting. She's feeling it. And she's.
Oh my god, we won again.
Ooh, we cannot
We actually
lose.
just never lose.
We cannot lose, bro.
Team just never loses.
We just can't lose.
We're
Man,
7-0.
the pressure's gonna be on for next time if we ever
6-0,
get this
6-0,
exact
6-0.
team. I mean,
Oh,
yeah, we just
6-0.
have
Pressure,
never
yeah.
lost. It's crazy.
So we can't lose.
451 combat score. Jesus.
Oh my god, platinum 2. This is the highest I've ever been in Valorant.
You're platinum
Let's
2?
go.
It's crazy.
Oh my god.
Best.
Wait, and
I've never
Toast is in
argued.
diamond.
This is
I'm
the best
diamond
team.
2 now.
Music. Oh my god.
Yeah, we just
It's
just
such a
keep
good
winning.
team. It's such a
We
good
just have
team.
never lost.
Win.
We actually just have never lost.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go make some dumplings.
Good games, got. Oh,
Alright, I hope they're good.
All right. GG's. Good games.
all right, yeah,
GG's, everyone.
See you guys later.
GG's.
All right, guys. I have a couple dumplings to go make because I'm starving, and yeah, I gotta go. I'm out.
Going DGen again.
Oh, and Jamie's streaming, which is perfect. Oh, what's up, Misu? Yeah, goodbye, Misu. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great night. Happy Halloween weekend. I think I'll show off my costume either tomorrow or the next day, probably tomorrow. But go ahead and give Jamie some love. I'm out. Good night. Brad, dump.